And the first order of business is introduction. So Nina, would you like to give us a little update?
Oh, yes, Nina Bacchus, cattle representative, and we live just north of Helena, a ways. We're cattle and sheep operation. And God sent us all rain this month and last month, which was absolutely a blessing. And even though we had hay down, it's not the best hay, but by His grace, we have hay this year and no complaints whatsoever. Things are going well, not too much predator problem at this point, a little bit. And it kind of looks like we have wolf and lion and bear all hitting at the same time, one following each other. And so how we figure that all out, how our federal travel will sort that, I don't know, but we'll get it figured out.
So you have the sheep up on.
The sheep, some are at Lincoln on Summer Range. And then we have a band that's over at Helmville on a grazing project that has been going on for about 25 years. And they have eaten themselves out of knapweed. And they had to find new pasture for them this year, other pasture that they have knapweed on, which we're a little cautious of because Helmville now has a very serious grizzly population. So that's that's enough.
Sue Brown, Dairy and Egg. Things are going well on the farm. We got a lot of rain. Haying is still happening, our first cutting, and it's wonderful to have a first cutting. So we're very thankful for that also. Everything else seems to be going great. We have resolved our problem with the leased land, and we're good to go for the next 10 years. So we're moving right along.
Excellent.
How are sales?
Sales are good.
Good. I hear goat cheese or sheep cheeses and goat cheese are doing well.
Yep. Yeah.
Jake Pettis, cattle representative from Manhattan. Like Sue, we got a good first cutting. Some of it got rained on and it wasn't very pretty, but it'll feed a cow. We're thankful for the rain. Started marketing calves last month, towards the end of last month, and prices seem to be getting better and better. Some of the video sales have just been crazy, which is good. We all need it. All my customers I've talked to other than up north, Gene, are sitting pretty good for moisture and grass and everything else, and everybody seems very optimistic in the cattle industry. So it's a nice change.
I'll do the opposite side of that. Greg Wichman, sheep representative, just north of Lewiston. Sheep market took I'll be politically correct, dropped seriously, putting a lot of pain in the sheep market. Talking to some people this morning, they're talking just getting out of the sheep, being done with it and moving to cattle, good cattle market. The good Lord did bless us with 4 inches of rain over the 4th week. So we got grass. Our subsoil moisture is very depleted. So our water's our issue. Reservoirs and wells are pretty tough. So far, predators have been leaving us alone. But we've got to get this land market figured out. We can't do this up and down stuff, or we're going to lose a lot of small producers and they're going to do something else. But that's my doom and gloom for the day. We are short of hay. If anybody has hay, give me a call.
Alan Redfield cattle, Paradise Valley. We've had a good spring and a lot of moisture. The mountain grass is amazing. The hay is okay. Stayed pretty cool. A lot of the producers in the valley are struggling with the extra water they had and how it covered up some of their things and took out miles and miles of fences, and some people are still trying to find some of their property that's gone on down the river. Even on our little place at 6,000 feet washed out head gates and took out a chunk of our road. But, you know, it's weather and you don't learn how to deal with it. So things are not looking too bad.
Hey, Gene Curry, cattle rep from Lear, northern Montana. And Mike sent out the drought pictures after his last drought meeting in Ponderay County. My home county is about dead center in the worst drought area. We did have a couple inches of rain there about the 20th of June. That was the first rain we'd had all year, and it really helped. At least it greened up. I left northern Montana there the 16th of June, and it was brown, and came home about the 1st of July, and it was green. So that was a pleasant surprise. But you know, the hay crop, there's irrigation water. It's short. You know, on the project, I think they upped us to 6 1/4 inches now from 5 1/2 at the start of the season. So that's not a lot of water, but we're stretching it. There's some PP going on in our preventive planning and trying to stretch the water. But I think we'll have, our ranch should have, unless the hailstorm would happen to come through and wipe it out, we'll have adequate hay and silage. So we're broke down. We've got a swath that broke down for a week, so we're quite a ways behind on haying right now, but we'll catch up, I guess. And the cattle market, like Jake said, there was some yearlings sold last week that just knocked your socks off. I don't understand how they're gonna work for the guy that bought them, but that's not my problem. And it's not the seller's problem either. So that's good to see. Some optimism in the cattle market. So with that, I see we have Rachel here. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Rachel Coleman, Farm Bureau. I was in town, so I figured I'd stop by for a little while, but probably won't stay the whole day for today's agenda.
Well,
It could be fun. We'll see.
okay. Well, it's nice seeing you. It's always nice to see a pretty face, but past Jake, so I can kind of look around.
If it's not blinding.
Do my best.
So, all right, so, okay, and with that, we'll, I guess, well, everybody knows Mike's
Yeah,
here.
Mike Honeycutt, Executive Officer. I'm here. You'll be hearing my voice several times today. So.
Okay, sorry, Mike. So I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I
So-
will approve the minutes.
Okay,
Second,
all right. Any discussion? And thank you, Nida, for helping Don out on some of the grammatical errors. I guess there were no factual errors in it, just a few grammatical errors. So with that, all in favor, say aye.
aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, all right, we're gonna move on to new business. We know in this room that we're having interviews for a branch administrator, and so we're gonna go through the questions. And what we propose doing is there's a list of questions. Is that the?
Yeah, she has I haven't printed anything out yet. We gotta,
Oh, okay,
I have to modify it on here and then we'll. print it
okay,
out.
so you're just gonna pull it up
Yeah, I'll
on,
pull it up here.
okay,
There's
so,
a few things I wanted to address before we get into questions. So
Okay.
just to make sure you understand on process for the day. So. Mr. Chair, so everybody knows the first topic there is just to give a brief overview of sort of, best practices and any guidelines we need to be aware of. I mean, obviously, this is a government hiring process. It's governed by the state Montana Operations Manual, what we call MOMS, for hiring practices. It is, subject to the administrative proceedings that are available to state employees and or people who apply for jobs with state government. And that's not something this group gets to work with on a daily basis. So I just thought I would recap just a few things so we're aware, which is one, obviously, as we're talking with folks today, you want to avoid conversations that may indicate trying to determine if this, whatever applicant is in some sort of protected class, or we want to stay away from, questions or conversations around age, gender, marital status, sexual orientation, all the things I think that I don't have to go through. You all know the list. And so and that can include or can be seen as even asking someone what year they graduated high school. You may not think that's an age-related question, but that's an age-related question. And so down the road, if someone thought that they did not get a fair shake because of that particular item, they could say, well, they asked me about that, and that was them trying to determine my age, and that they used that as a factor for or against my selection. Because if it's coming from someone else, it could be that they thought you used it for someone's selection. So we want to make sure we avoid those things. I think as I sent out the note to everyone, standard operating procedure within the department has been to try as much as possible to ask folks experiential and behavioral based questions. The saying that I always use is the best indication of future performance is past performance. So if you ask people about situational items, have them recall their experiences and talk about themselves in that way, that gives you a good idea of how they might handle that. Even if they haven't dealt with that exact situation in their career, they can at least tell you how they might deal with that situation, and gives you an idea of how they would think and react in the job. That's kind of what we're looking for versus what I call binary yes or no questions. I don't think anybody here has a desire, but all of us have probably seen a job interview where people want to basically make it like a game of Jeopardy on whatever topic and ask a bunch of topical binary questions. I think we all accept that this role is pretty diverse and dynamic, and that candidates will not maybe have dealt with every situation we ask about, but they can give us their mind of how they would deal with it, and that there's a lot of things that will have to be learned on the job, right? That's just how it works. And I can tell you, I did a lot of learning on the job and still doing a lot of learning on the job now. So we just, we want to keep it professional, courteous. As I said, try to keep it focused on experiential, behavioral based. Try to stay away from those questions that might indicate, any sort of bias that a reviewer might have towards someone based on something they notice or think they know about a candidate. One of the things we'll do in the process is we will try as much as possible to make sure every candidate gets the same questions in the same order. So I will ask you to be, if you desperately need a follow-up, that follow-up needs to be clarifying about something they said. So I would say a clarifying question for follow-up would be someone mentioned an acronym. You don't know what that acronym stands for and you want that information. That's a suitable follow-up question. But if you get much deeper than that, unless you can remember that and ask that of every other candidate that comes in here today, or if you're asking it of the last candidate of the day and you didn't ask it of the previous three and give them an opportunity to talk about that, that could be viewed as a negative. So we'll try to stick to the script as much as possible. So when I throw up here in a minute, I've taken the potential questions I sent out, and I've just put them all into a score sheet for right now. And I'll go ahead and pull that up because that's the next thing to talk about.
Are you going to ask the questions?
No, I will ask each of you to ask questions. That's one of the things we'll decide before the first candidate comes in, who's going to ask what question, and I'll ask that individual to ask that same question every time. And the reason for that is, as opposed to rotating it around, is all of us ask questions in our own voice. And once again, we're looking for consistency, and so odds are much better that if Mr. Redfield asks a question once, he'll ask it pretty much that same way every time. But I might put a little different inflection or how I use my voice, and you just want to make sure that you are as consistent as you possibly can be throughout the day. As I'm pulling up or getting ready to pull up, well, first I'll pull up something else just so for those that didn't get a chance to be a part of the screening. We'll go through this in a minute and talk about process. So before we get to questions, I do want to talk about how we got to where we are today. So we roughly had 20 to 25 applicants. I can't remember the exact number for the position. That was a very good pool of applicants. I was able to narrow that down by looking through minimum qualifications, like the bare minimum qualifications. I was able to narrow that down to a group of 12. I sent the credentials for those 12 to Mr. Curry, Ms. Bacchus, and Mr. Witchman, the screening committee. And I did want to share with you that I had shared with them this interview scoring, or this screening sheet. And what we asked for there was, this was pulled from the job description of different areas of high importance for this job, trying to look at their knowledge of the livestock industry, their knowledge of government and public administration, their knowledge of the Montana laws, our legislature, commodity organizations that we work with, their knowledge of law enforcement or regulatory enforcement, their knowledge and experience with supervising and doing performance evaluations, their experience and knowledge with budgeting, the fact that have they been responsible, for the P&L for a budget of at least close to a similar size to what they'll deal with in brands. Is there education and training, whether they have a high level of education or they have a lot of experience, does that fit with the position responsibilities we're looking for? And then, of course, experience working with a board commission-led organizations, because as you say, here's the Board of Livestock. We're a little different than some areas of state government because you have to work within the board structure and at the board's direction. And so looking for experience of people who have worked with that. And that could be whether they've worked with organizational boards or other state agency boards or county commissions, city councils, things of that nature. So we asked, go ahead, Jim.
Well, just for everyone's information, that information that we based our scores of those, what is there, 10 questions there, was totally from their resume. We were sent out their resume, and so what they told us, that's how we scored each individual, and then we just added up our score and rated the individuals by score. So it was totally numerical, with as little bias as possible. So Nina, you had a.
Well, that was the same thing I was going to bring up, and we were not to assume that they had done any of this stuff. It had to be how they answered in their resume, and if they didn't put information in their resume, then you're correct. We did not give them a score for that. Yeah.
So
exactly.
from that group of 12, the screening committee narrowed it to a group of 5. I made calls to those 5 individuals to invite them here today to interview with us and get them scheduled. 4 of the 5 called me back. So we'll have 4 of those 5 that we'll be interviewing today. For the screening committee, it was the James Bissett, was the one that I did not hear back from. So in order today, you'll have Wade Cooperrider should be arriving here at the office in about 10 minutes to get him on schedule for potentially starting an interview around 9. And then the other candidates are coming every hour after that with a break at lunchtime. We'll have one after lunch. But we'll have Wade Cooperrider as the first interview. Jay Bodner will be the second interview. Wynn Meehan will be the third interview. And then Kurt Ani will be our last interview after lunch today. And so we also have planned enough time on the agenda, hopefully that the interviews will end to give at least an hour for us to, if we need to, close down into an executive session and collect scores and talk and figure out where we go from there. But just like the reason I wanted to talk about the screening process is just like the screening process, the other thing is we will be very similar today with the questions and what we do in the interview. We'll try to keep it as as I like to say, as quantitative as you can make a qualitative process. So when we decide on what questions that we ask, I will have a final sort of interview sheet here. Each of you will get 4 of these, one for each candidate, to put your name and then the applicant name when they come in on. And I'll be, just like I did for those areas that we were using for screening, I will be asking you to rate their answer on a 1 to 5 scale, with 5 meaning they exceeded what we were looking for in their experience in that area. This is the hard part, because a lot of people want to think, but 3 is actually just meeting our expectation, right? And that's important, because we're trying to get some differential here between folks. So 5 means they exceed our expectations for whatever we asked them about. 3 means they met our expectations. And then a 1 would mean no, they did not meet our expectations. And you see there's a 2 and a 4 there, and you can use that if you're in between. But and you also see that I will have placed in there a place for notes. So when I print this out, I will ask you to jot down notes, or any notes you want to jot down, because all of this will become part of the public record for this hiring process. So I will collect these at the end of the day, and they will go in a file in case it's ever needed in the future for any reason. We'll be able to pull that out. But one of the things I would try to encourage is at least crosstalk about candidates as we can, because you want to give every candidate that comes in a fair shake, and you want to make sure that you're not comparing until you've seen everything that's in front of you as much as possible. Not that in between candidates you can't ask clarifying questions about the process, or what was that they said, I didn't hear that. Things of that nature are fine. But we don't want to start getting into crosstalk comparing candidates until we've seen them. So we'll do that.
I'm gonna go down and get weight now.
Okay, yeah, and we'll do that we'll do that towards the end, or at the end. But what I'll be asking each of you to do on your score sheet is to be scoring these, and then at the bottom all the way, there'll be a place. There's a bunch of questions on here now. Don't worry, we are not gonna ask these people 13 questions. We're gonna be limiting that down. But you'll put your total score on there. And I've got a little spreadsheet at the end of the day. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do when we go into executive session is give me your scores, and I'll plug them into the spreadsheet. Because one of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to make complicated decisions as easy as we can. And one of the reasons I want to get those scores before we start discussion is sometimes when you do that, you see that everybody's on the same page right away. And it sort of makes the discussion go a lot faster if you see that there's a pretty much a consensus around who the top 1 or 2 people are. That makes it a little bit easier to have that conversation. So that's what I'm doing through these tools, is trying to take something that's very qualitative and complicated and trying to make it as quantitative and simple as I can, because that is something that we can justify. So the next thing we need to do is determine the questions that are going to be asked. And so, Mr. Chair, I'll say one of the first questions that I put all the potential questions that I put in there. So if you had a favorite among those, that'll be the time to sort of advocate that you think that's a question that should be asked. Or if you have a completely new question which should be considered, please, that you've come up with after getting that information that you think we should ask, please advocate for that. I will say that we want to keep this to sort of 1 introductory question, 3 to 4 experiential based, behavioral based questions. And then there's 2 questions at the end that give them one last opportunity to talk about themselves or ask us questions. So some of the things I know the chair had asked, and I agree, is that, usually the first question is a question about, why are you interested in this position? Why'd you apply? Gives them an opportunity to open up and talk about themselves. Then we would get into the experiential based questions. And you see that there were 10 or 11 of those that I sent you. And then at the end, we typically hear, at least when I do interviews in the department, I like to ask them, what have we not asked you about that you would like to tell us? Is there something that you really wanted us to know and our questions didn't allow you that opportunity? We want to give them that opportunity to, if they have something special they want to tell us, to get that out on the table. And then last but not least, and that's a not rated question, we won't score it, is, what questions do you have? And typically candidates will ask about process, timelines, might ask specific things about the job, expectations, and that's perfectly fine. Because if they do have questions about that, we want them to ask those before, if there's going to be an issue they might have with something we're expecting. I want to get that out before I offer them the job and they tell me no. And so I'd like to give that opportunity to say, yeah, I don't really want to be considered after I've talked to you guys. And that happens. That I won't say that does not happen. It does. Because sometimes people go, this is not what I thought it was. Thank you. But I mean, they probably won't tell us that today.
Two questions. First off, you said there's way more questions here than we probably will ask.
Right.
Okay, do you have some that right now you would consider ones that we may just leave off? And secondly, if we have 5 questions we're going to ask, and someone talks an awful lot and we do not get all those questions asked, are those just left as a 0 on our scorecard?
No, I would say you would ask all the questions.
But if
That's why
they
you
talk
wanna-
so long,
Yeah, we've got padding in the schedule to allow for that.
okay,
I guess my experience tells me that doesn't happen very often. You're more likely to think you have a lot there and somebody blows through it in 30 minutes. Now, and I'll say that's the other thing I want to say is, and I know we have people watching too, so I want people to understand that when you ask these behavioral based questions, you're scoring it based on, are they demonstrating to me they have the knowledge, skill, and aptitude to handle a situation? Some people will be able to give you a 1-minute answer and give you complete confidence in that. Some people will give you a 15-minute very articulate answer and you'll say they never addressed what I was talking about. And so you have to score that accordingly. So I will say that sometimes what you do is you're surprised because you think you maybe have too much on the plate, and then somebody blows through it in 30 minutes. And then, but if somebody goes a little over an hour, I don't think that's the end of the world. We have enough time in our schedule today to accommodate for that.
And I guess if it looks like it's really gonna get out of hand, then I guess I will ask them to temper their comments a little bit so that because we have a.
Be a little more
time schedule.
concise.
So.
You'll start
But
giving the sign and
Yeah.
Well-
We're not gonna have a time card.
and the reason
30
I
seconds.
asked the question, and Sue's been through 1 or 2 of those too, where we have had candidates who did talk a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, you could say, okay, I mean, I understand you made your point or something.
Or something, yeah.
Yes. Or let's move on.
Yeah. Well, and that's, I'll give them as much leeway as I can, but if we start getting, because we've got an hour and basically I would not like to have a lot of free time, because if you have a lot of free time, people tend to talk. And pretty soon the subject comes around to what you just experienced in the interview, and that's not where we want to be. So that is, if we do have free time, like Mike said, talk about the flood, the sheep market,
Right.
whatever, but try not to talk about the process that we just gone through.
And as I talked about schedule, just so you know, our next candidate, our first candidate has arrived and is in the holding room. The next candidate, each candidate was told to arrive 30 minutes ahead of when I thought they would be on. So they'd be here and be ready. Also give them an opportunity to get some water, coffee, anything they need to do to feel comfortable before coming in the room. So that's the other thing too. If folks show up on time, we shouldn't be waiting on the next candidate either. I mean, you can, so that's the other thing, the way we've staged it. While one's in here interviewing, the other one should be arriving and getting ready, and vice all the way through all 4 interviews. My
Okay,
FFA training, all these officer interviews.
so, does anyone have a question that in this group of questions that they feel they absolutely want to know the answer to? Let's just start there. So Alan, did you find any question in there?
Mine is a employee evaluation related.
I don't have that one.
Well, no, he sent it out. That's the only.
Yeah,
this-
you have these questions are the same questions on the one I sent to you in the email. I've just put the scoring stuff into it.
Okay,
So I just copied and pasted them. So
Which
you'll
I
have-
didn't-
you'll-
So we get 4 copies of that.
Yeah, we'll get, once we
We'll
get
get
done,
Once
this
we
will be
narrow
the
it.
official.
So-
score
Back
sheet.
up at four.
Now that that's up
Yeah.
on the internet.
Yeah, so
Number 4.
that was, yeah, they were all
Can,
emailed
number
out to
four, is
me.
that the one you-
That was more of that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
so,
these are
No, that's
basically
just-
the same ones we used last time.
it may not be. No, but we worked from this same list last time. I don't remember exactly which questions we asked last time.
I guess it wasn't exact, I wasn't looking necessarily as much as disciplinary as evaluation.
so you like number 4,
It's kind of in that
okay?
same vein.
I think we should ask them all.
So you could change disciplinary if you wanted to, the performance issue. And that maybe takes it out of, it's you,
And with an employee, not subordinate, that'd be subordinate. Just
Would you like it more performance?
performance, yeah, with an employee, not subordinate.
Issue with
Okay.
an employee. Yeah, I like that
Going with-
better.
and if we're going with that, you'll see what I'm doing here. Alan gets asked that question.
Well, I had it written on my note for a reason.
Yep, yep. So, maybe the thing to do is, let's go through from the, we'll just read the questions.
Yeah.
So, I propose this first question and so I'll just open it up, I'll have them introduce themselves, and then I'm gonna ask, that isn't quite the way I would have framed it if it was to me, but, this is okay. I just wanna know, why did you apply for this job and why are you the best candidate to do it? And,
So we could, instead of this, why the Department of Livestock, we could just say, why are you the best candidate? And that'll,
okay.
That works.
To me, that just gives an opportunity to kind of get a pretty good introduction of the candidate and where he thinks his strengths and weaknesses are. And then as we ask these other questions, you can see if it all fits. So,
Yeah.
okay, let's just go through and you want to just read them? Mike,
yeah,
and
so
then-
the second potential question was put out there that's been on the list is that the brands division is spread across 14 locations in the state with most of its employees placed outside of the Helena office. And in your past roles, did you work with remote employees? Please describe any methods used to monitor work and make sure activities are being accomplished in a timely and accurate manner without being able to be present with remote staff daily. So the point of this question is speaking to the fact of the matter is that the brands role, your investigators, your markets, outside of the administrative officer in Helena, most of your employees are out in the field. So, what experiences have you had working with those types of employees? What tools or tactics you have to make sure you're staying in touch, that the mission is getting accomplished, that you're staying connected with those folks out in the field? Because a blind spot could be that if you're not paying attention to that, there's a whole lot that could be happening in the brands division that the administrator could be unaware of because most of their folks are spread out across the state. And so that's what that's speaking to, is whether they have experience with that type of management.
I would take that one.
You want to, what my thought was is to go through them all and just kind of jot that on your own notes if you like that question. Let's go through them all because we've got too many.
Yeah.
And we can't ask that many questions. We will go over an hour.
Okay,
And so if you just would, if that's a question that you like, but as we go through them, maybe there's something that you'd rather ask, but we're gonna try and, I'm thinking there's 5 of us in, well, there's 6. If I ask that opening question, there's 5 more. So everyone will have a question, Mike, maybe we'll have a follow-up
Yeah,
question.
well, yeah,
or
I'm
I'll
probably not
follow up
gonna,
or something.
I'm trying not to ask
Okay,
questions. I'll
so,
let you guys ask.
Um,
I'm not even gonna
well,
score, by the way. I'm gonna let you guys score.
All right. So anyway, that's what my proposal is that let's just read through them and just kind of, if you like it, maybe jot it down in your notes. And after we've gone through the 10, then we're gonna talk about what everybody likes and where,
Yeah.
maybe there's a favorite question that each of you want, and it'll work out just fine. So
So,
let's go to number
Yeah,
3.
so I'll make this, I'll make this one simple in that it's basically just asking, what's your experience working with an upset constituent or customer who was mad with something that the department did or one of your people that work for you? How did you work through that situation and what was the outcome? So this question is sort of driving it, their experiences working with upset people and how they handle those situations, because that will happen in this job.
I think that one's important.
Yeah, I do too. All right, let's go to, and then number 4, we've already
Alan's
got,
already
so
talked about 4.
we're on to 5 then.
Yeah, so 5 is trying to get at what experience they have with budget and financial management. What type of authority did they have to make decisions about revenues and expenses? And how, if you have financial responsibility, how would you describe the financial health of the thing you're in charge of now? So of course, that's trying to get at one of the things the brands administrator has to do is be responsible for the budget and carrying through the budget of the brands division.
Okay.
The other potential question was, is really getting that experience of how you deal with things that you may not know, because that happens often in these jobs. So when did you face a decision that you didn't feel you had the experience or knowledge? Who did you go to? How did you weigh different opinions? How did you eventually make a decision? How did that situation turn out? The next one is speaking to experiences with regards to culture. So if they have a management responsibility now, how would they describe the culture of the work unit that they're responsible for, and how they work towards trying to keep an effective and positive culture for the employees that work with them. The next one is speaking to regulatory experience. So the brands division is mostly regulatory activity. So what are your experiences with regulatory actions? How have you explained and educated either your own staff or stakeholders about them? And of course, speaking to the necessity of the activities conducted by the brands division. What do they know about that? Sort of seeing if they've done some research. The next question is speaking to dealing with employees that have been around for a while. So brands still is just like it was last time, is still a division that has a lot of employees who've worked with us for a long time. As we already know, there's not an internal candidate that is in this process today. So whoever we would select would be coming in new. So do they have experience working with a group of folks that have been around? How do they establish trust and respect and rapport with those folks? And then
Ryder has been here. He's kind of in the brands.
Yeah. The other one is about technology. So as we know, we've been trying to do technological advancements in brands. We probably have some other IT projects that are on the horizon for brands. So asking how they have led through implementation of technology that's a long question, but that's the experience it's trying to draw. Do they have experience with implementing new technological solutions in the jobs that they've had? And then This one is speaking to public policy experience. So part of the job is to evaluate and occasionally develop policy that's related to the division. So whether that be working with stakeholder organizations on policy or directly working with the legislature on policy or working with the governor's office on policy. So what has their experience been with public policy and laws, rules, and also a big important part of what we do, acting on recommendations from industry partners, because we know we do a lot of that. And those were the behavioral based questions. And I think Alan's already claimed one, so we probably need at least 3 more.
There's 4.
Combined 9 with 4. Anyway,
Well, that's how you do that, or 7 and 9.
well, I'm gonna say,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see if we just, I'll take this sentence and your past roles when you were new. How'd you work with those who had been with the work unit a long time to establish trust, respect, and rapport? Will that work for you? And
Yeah,
just
it
add
actually,
that.
it probably fits better with 4 than it does 7. I was just looking at trying to pare down this a little bit with 7 because it's kind of a staff deal too. But so with this, wait a minute, Mike.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So with that question, is everyone comfortable? Like 7 to me is right in the same area of experience or function of the person, and 9. So is that,
think so.
can we just eliminate 2? We need to eliminate at least 5 of these. So that would, if
We
we,
just got rid of 8, didn't we?
9.
no, 9. 9.
Get that off.
And
Yeah.
7 is
7 is quite
it's
similar.
subjective. You could come in here and say,
Yeah.
it's great and it could be terrible, but we can't evaluate it. It's so subjective. to
Well, and
them.
you hope that the opening statement and then
Yeah.
the follow-up
Got it.
will expose
Yeah,
and the other questions. So, yeah.
I would kick
So,
7
okay,
out.
so so 7, 9 are gone. So 8,
They're not the same as
Is,
the numbers.
Yeah,
on
and they're
here.
gonna change numbers. If you're looking up there, as I start
I'm looking
deleting
at
them,
the
they will-
wrong
they will
no, that's
change
right.
numbers,
So
but-
I'm looking on my sheet, so regulatory activities. So this one right here. So Mike, in your experience, is that an asset to the employee that's more highly regarded than some other assets that he might have?
Well, I mean, yeah, some
Following the
understanding of regulatory activity, because it's a little bit different. I mean, I would hope all of us approach our work from a customer service mindset, but you're also boxed in by what you can and can't do by the laws and rules. And it is, and I think there is an art, if I put it that way, to folks who have the ability to explain to someone why something is happening. And because I can tell you that if someone can't do that, if their answer, I think what this is cutting at is that, you know, if someone is a person that just says, well, that's what the law tells me. Well, that's not probably, that's going to create more anger, but you need people who can educate people about why this is the way it is. And if someone's upset about it, what can they do about it, right? So I do that all the time when I say, yeah, this is in statute. This is what the Montana legislature has told us to do. If you want to see us do something differently, then work with your legislator to change the law. And when the law changes, our behavior changes. And so educate people about why it's in place, what the purpose of it is, and then educate people, you know, or give them, if they're upset about it, what can you do about that? If it's a rule, you know, I'll be saying, well, you can always, do you want to petition to change the rule? Well, if you do, and you've seen that happen here, we'll take that to the Board of Livestock. They can make that decision. You know, so I think there is, some people are either too curt with how they deal with this part of the job. And then there's also people who are too lenient and they give an exemption for everything. And then that creates other problems for us down the road. Because if you're not providing those exemptions to everybody, or if you're not following the law, or rules, you can get in trouble pretty fast.
Do we have another question that deals
Well-
with public access or
Well,
public? access?
yeah, the number 3 that we had on the original list was describe a time when you had to work with a constituent or customer that was upset regarding a decision. So to me, is there a way that we could combine those 2 questions and
Because they kind of fit.
explore the,
Feel like in the last 3 months, we've had 2 appeals come to the board, and that kind of fits into 8 and 3.
yeah,
You got to follow the regulatory setup, but you're also dealing with upset customers. So can we combine those 2 and get rid of one?
so.
I think it makes sense to me in my mind.
Yeah, that's what I think so too. So let's,
So I'll say we'll leave 3 up there from now. Is there any, so 3, you can see how it is read. This one that was originally number 8 or number 9, is there any part of that question you want to pull out and add to 3? Or do you think 3 just covers both territories and you can wipe one off? Or wipe this one?
well, 3 speaks to a customer or an organization, but it doesn't talk at all about regulatory action. So maybe we need to.
So
at
if
least
we pulled these 2 and added them. See, I'm just gonna pull that up, see what that looks like. 'Cause
So we're asking these questions in parts, sort of.
Well, that was gonna be my next.
Well, when I ask it, I'm gonna ask a question. This will be like 4 parts.
Yeah.
And I'll ask them and they can take note.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we say we're gonna each ask a question, but
We're still got
yeah,
We're
there's,
still got all the questions.
yeah,
We
there's
just
4
have
questions in
2 more
each
numbers.
one of these little paragraphs. So it's not.
We aren't really getting rid of
What was
anything
the
here,
I'll do it
Gene.
that way. I'm good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go, I pulled out. That, I can pull that down now.
So I
this-
think
this
we
new
need
number
to
3, I guess we would want to ask it.
we need to provide our interview people with a pen and a pad so they can write all this down.
Yeah.
I'm sure Donna's got more pads.
Oh, yeah.
They
Gonna have
prepared, they have.
So, Dinah, I think, wasn't that number 3 that you kind of?
2 was the one that I was kind of looking at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So does anyone want to ask number 3?
I'll be right back.
Working with a constituent or organization, customer. No,
Rework it a little bit, but I'll do that one. I think
Okay.
start out with, due to the fact that we work with regulatory activities, can you tell us about, you put the regulatory first and then tell us about.
What I'll do is I'll just take this. And put it at the end. That makes sense. So I'd have to get rid of it up here.
It looks like it's just getting bigger and bigger.
It
Yeah,
is.
well, yeah. Well, the first is a statement, the first,
Yeah, basically it says we deal with regulatory.
so,
I would say, we can take this part because if you ask them, you know, you don't have to lead them too much. If you ask them to describe a time they had to work with someone who was upset about one of those decisions or actions, I think that's also covering, you know, how are they educating and explaining, you know, the need for those actions.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's better, yes.
So we've got
Greg.
3. We got 4.
So none of it wanted
Um,
2.
So what we have left is,
Well, something about budget,
Yeah.
financial,
The technology is.
and technology,
needs to
yes.
be-
And I think 11 can go away. I mean,
what is number 11?
it's
There is
the
no
public
11.
policy and industry partners,
Okay.
the original number 11.
Yeah, original number 11.
Here it is right here.
Because I would assume
Got
if they've made it through this point, they probably have to do some sort of industry partner work.
So you got a technology question left. You've got a.
I'll do that one, 6.
You want, Sue wants 6.
6, so number 10 is technology also.
So 6 is, or this 6 on my sheet, it's dot 6 on your sheet, is about the time you faced a critical decision, you didn't have the experience. You know, how did you weigh different options?
Yeah. So it's not a technology problem.
Then there's still a technology question, and there's still a budget question. And that leaves you counting them asking us questions. That's really 9. You've now got it below 10, which is getting in the ballpark. And I think if you didn't want to cut anymore, you would be fine.
Well, I
if you
think
wanted to cut
technology is-
anymore-
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Technology.
So who,
I'm the young one, I can ask about technology.
You're the only one in the room besides Rachel understands it.
I was gonna say, don't leave me out. I'll ask.
Hey, you're younger than me.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So that leaves the budget question. Is,
Budget question. Who hasn't done one?
somebody's gonna have to ask us. a Question again.
Sue's,
Are we
Sue
taking
doesn't
one
have a-
apiece or 2 apiece?
Well, somebody will
one.
have to
Do
ask
two.
one.
I'll follow up with that last
Question.
question. What
Do
did
you
we
have
not ask you
questions?
that you would really like us
Which
to
is-
know of your
That would
experience?
be
Okay, so
So
we still need a volunteer to ask about budget.
I volunteer Sue.
All right. Now I have 2 and everyone
Do
else
you?
has 1.
No, Gene's got 2 too.
Okay.
Oh, you have, which other one?
You should feel honored, Sue.
I'm so honored. I'm so important.
So which other one? I'm sorry.
She'll be asking 2 in a row, which is fine. That'll work.
That's fine.
Ed could have done that.
And then
No,
I guess you can, Gene, you can do this
Alan,
too.
no.
Just what
I
questions?
just
do
won't
you have for
understand
us?
the answer.
You just asked.
So Jean has 3.
All right.
All right, so let's go back through and make sure it's clear, and then you can.
Yeah, so what we'll do with this sheet, and I'll format it here a little bit, is make sure on each one that you write your name and the name of the person that you're interviewing. There are instructions there in case you get lost. It's a 1 to 5 scale. 5 means beyond expectation. 3, they meet expectation. 1, they don't meet expectation. Just circle the number. You've got a place there to jot down some notes about their answer, so you have some information to go back to if we need to start having a discerning conversation to pick between candidates. And as I go through, I'll try to put this, it'll end up on multiple pages, but I'll try to make sure I give you plenty of room here. That's not gonna work, my formatting is. I hate auto formats.
Mhm.
Technology, through the technology.
Yeah, I use a Mac.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He can use his phone, but.
so I'll get that one on a page. And then we've got the question Greg's gonna ask about regulatory activity experience and how they explain what needs to be done. I'll go and put this one down. So it's on the next page, so you've got plenty of room for notes. Then Alan's asking about working through a performance issue. How do you establish trust, respect, and rapport? Then there's budgetary and financial management, which is who's asking that?
Sue.
Sue.
Sue, there you go. And then Sue will ask about when did you have to make a critical decision that maybe you didn't have the knowledge to make, and how did you work through that? Technology, Jake's gonna ask the technology question. And then we have Gene asking the last two, what do you want us to know that we didn't ask about? And then, of course, giving them an opportunity to ask questions of us. And I think
And also almost could
there's a
be
total score at the
combined.
bottom.
the
What's
last two.
You probably could. You probably could ask both those at the same time. if you wanted to.
So have we really eliminated any questions?
No,
I
we
don't
We've
think-
eliminated numbers, but not questions.
So
I think that looks like it's gonna give you
how do you
plenty of
keep
places
people?
to jot down notes.
linked?
So, yeah. Let me just stop share for a second. And
Really wanna say
Mr. Chair,
that?
if you want to take a few minute recess while I pull this together, we can.
All right, we will go into recess for, I hate this because we're told them to interview them at 9 and we're gonna be a little bit late, but that's the way it goes.
It's okay.
10 minutes?
Yeah, it won't take but 10 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Cooper Ryder, welcome to the Board of Livestock, and I guess we're just gonna start this process. I'll just have each individual board member is gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask the first one, and before they ask the question, they will introduce themselves and then ask you a question, and we'll just proceed that way around the room. I don't know, we don't have any specific order, but that's the way we're gonna proceed. So I guess my question is, why are you interested in this position? What led you to apply? And why are you the best candidate for the position?
Wow, three for,
Yes, yes.
You can write them.
Yeah, and there's a pen there and a notepad, I hope there.
so the first one was the why
Yep,
and the what,
yep. And then,
and then the who, if you will.
yeah, tell us why are you the best?
Well, I'll start out with the why I applied. This is actually a job that I looked at when. Pardon me?
Ethan.
No, actually, it
Before
was,
that.
yeah, when John Granger got the job.
Oh, okay.
So many years ago, but I was not at a place in my career or personally where I felt I would have been qualified to have put in for this. And then 2 years ago, when the opening was there, I felt like I was ready. And this is quite an agency. I've been a brand inspector, a deputy brand inspector for a number of years. And I've always been intrigued with the department, what it does, and I feel like I can bring something to the table to help move the department forward. I know there's some hiring issues, which we have statewide, right, with personnel. And I think I have a personality that is well suited to this agency. So that's kind of the what and the why. The who, again, I think I have personality. I've got a lot of experience with the last 10 years with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, with budgeting, contracting, hiring, firing, disciplining. I've got plus or minus, depending on the day, 1,000 volunteers that I am ultimately responsible for throughout the state. And while some folks might look at volunteers as they're not employees, my position with it has always been they're probably more important than employees, because you have to ask these folks to do things. You can't just tell them or command them to do it. So there's a lot of interaction has to take place in talking, and sometimes some persuading, and sometimes some discipline, and having to terminate folks just because they don't get with the program at all. I think that's about the extent of it for the who. Well, I guess I should add too, I do have a law enforcement background. I'm current with my post certification. I be sworn in tomorrow, so to speak. So that's an asset. I've been around state government for 20 years. I was active with the legislature a number of years ago. I actually, when I was with the sheriff's office here in Lewis and Clark, I wrote 2 bills that dealt with the civil process and helped shepherd those through. And as part of that, took on a project that I was very reluctant to do in the beginning, which was to be serving civil papers through the sheriff's office, something I didn't know anything about. I was very uncomfortable with that, and wound up doing a ton of research, legal research, and actually wrote the how-to manual for that really every sheriff's office and treasurer's office in the state later adopted. And I'm pretty proud of that. Quite a big accomplishment. So I still have a lot of law enforcement contacts through the Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association, all the sheriffs around the state. So I'll conclude that part. Thank you for the question.
All right. So, Nina, I think introduce yourself.
Nina Bacchus. I'm a cattle representative on the board. And one of the things we'd like to know about is the Brands Division is spread across 14 locations in the state. Most of its employees are based outside of the office here. In your past roles, how did you work with remote employees, if you did? And please describe any methods used to monitor their work and make sure the activities were being accomplished in a timely and accurate manner without being able to be present there with the remote staff to look over their shoulder.
Great question. Thank you. So because I currently am head of the statewide program, the 100 Bow Hunter, Becoming an Outdoors Woman, boater safety, and now ATV, UTV, snowmobile. They're statewide programs. And as mentioned before, I have plus or minus 1,000 volunteers around the state that I have to kind of keep an eye on, so to speak. I'm fortunate in that respect, in that each of our technically 8 regions, we have an information officer there. So it's kind of a pyramid. And I stay in close touch with those folks who are responsible for the people in their respective regions. I do get a lot of phone calls from the folks in the field. I monitor, I listen to them, what they have to say, what they need, their desires, needs. A lot of times I get a phone call, hey, I need to get X material. So I get a hold of their regional information officer, get it passed out to them. We have training sessions every year to keep folks up to speed on changes within the agency, the programs and so forth. And then we have a system where folks register for students register for different sort of classes. And so I can keep track of who all is volunteering, how many students they've had, if they get their classes closed in time, if we get complaints from parents or students that come in, that come into my office as the head guy to deal with. And again, I've been very, very fortunate. We've had just only a handful of people in the whole state in the last 10 years that have needed any hands-on tutelage. I regularly make phone calls and have email conversations with our regional information officers to keep up on what those guys and gals in the field are doing. They need to have a recruitment effort take place for more volunteers. If somebody needs a little extra education in how some of our programs work, or the computer system that we use to track the students, how that works, I get out there and help them take care of that kind of thing. Yeah, so and I get reports quite frequently on when a class is over with, if somebody's done all the paperwork to get it closed and into me, I have a staff person that kind of keeps an eye on the paperwork and make sure it's all in order. If it's not, then one of the two of us will make a phone call and get that taken care of. So it's keeps me on my toes, all these folks and all the different programs. So yeah.
Thank you.
Greg.
Greg Witchman, down by Lewistown, I'm a sheep representative. This position deals with regulatory activities. Can you tell us about an experience working with regulatory actions? Please describe a time when you had to work with a constituent or customer who was upset regarding a decision or action that had been taken by the organization or subordinate. Please detail how you worked through the situation and what was the outcome.
And that's a good question. Thank you. So a lot of the programs that I manage are statutory with Hunter Ed, Bow Hunter Ed, the folks have to take that. It's not uncommon to get a phone call from an unhappy customer, parent, or any adult that has to take one of the courses. And they didn't like the course, they paid for it when it should have been free. They didn't think it went fast enough or went too fast and things of that nature. So I have to spend some time listening to what this person has to say and their complaint and to really try to understand and pull that information out of them so that I can actually address what's going on. Sometimes people call and they don't really know what they're complaining about until we have a talk. And then I can identify that and address it. And it might be anywhere from, I'm sorry, that's just the law and how it is. Let's hope we have a better experience next time. I usually precede all that with how would you like to see this resolved? What is it that you want out of this conversation? What would make you happy? And if that's a possibility, certainly gets explored and try to accommodate that. But otherwise, we have to deal with it. Now, with regard to a subordinate, I've had complaints about our instructors. So-and-so instructor was mean to my kid or didn't treat them fair or whatever. And I've learned through the years that there's always two sides, sometimes three, to every story. And what I've told all my folks over the years is, please, 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 if you have anything that even looks like it's going to result in a complaint, call me right away so I can get your side of the story first. It makes it a lot easier for me to deal with that parent or student. So, if I don't get that call first and I get the one from the injured party, so to speak, certainly take the time to listen, gather the information that they have, and let them know I get back to them with a decision of what I find out. Then, of course, I call the person being complained about and get the information from them. And usually it's a misunderstanding or somebody's taken things a little bit out of context. And to date, I haven't had anything go unresolved one way or the other. Sometimes it does result in an instructor being let go for their actions. So I guess that's the process. In short, is get the information, listen carefully, determine what the problem is, and seek resolution.
All right. So
Alan Redfield, a cattle producer out of Paradise Valley. So this like 4 different parts to this one. So
Yeah, I love these. I have a question that's got 4.
well, I give you a heads up right up. Okay,
Thank you.
please tell us about the time you had to work through a performance issue with an employee, how you approached the issue with the individual, what steps did you use, and what was the outcome of the situation, and in your past roles when you were new, how'd you work with those who've been in the department a long time?
Good questions, plural. Thank you. Yeah, I had when I first came on with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, I had a staff person who super nice, And it kind of helped keep the volunteers together, and the personality was wonderful. Unfortunately, the attention to detail and getting work done after about a year became pretty apparent that we had some holes. So first step was a little counseling. Hey, gosh, this is what I'm noticing. I need you to pick it up. And part of that process is I was keeping personal notes, nothing formal, just personal notes. I document that I had a conversation, what it was about, and move forward. After 2 or 3 of those informal conversations, then of course it got to be a little more formal. And I kind of outlined a program for what I needed this person to do, and was very specific in the steps. And of course, that was a piece of paper that we both got to share. Good, bad, or indifferent, the end result was this person was at retirement age and decided that it was probably time to retire. And that was the step they took. We're still friends. They come in and volunteer at our center quite regularly. So it was a pleasant parting, if you will. Let's see. When I was new, new people need to learn a lot, right? And to not respect the corporate knowledge that's present at any level, whether it's the janitor or the CFO or whomever, it is not acceptable. And from a personal perspective, everybody has something to teach me. I certainly don't know everything, and I want to learn always, no matter what the job, as much as I can about all the nuances, the different positions, how people work. It helps me want to be better at my job. And I kind of look at myself as a little bit of an innovator in efficiencies. And if I don't know how a process works, I can't process and say, hey, have you ever tried it like this? Would that work? So yeah, everybody has something to teach me. That's bottom line.
Okay. Sue's gonna have multiple questions, so.
I'm Sue Brown, Dairy and Egg here, and I'm from Belgrade. Can you describe how you've been involved in budgetary and financial management issues in your most recent role? And how would you describe the level of authority you have to make decisions about revenue and expenditures? And how would you describe the financial performance of your current work unit?
Great questions. Thank you.
Mhm.
So I have a budget of, before they take out all the things that we do for our accounting people, close to $1 million. And that's mostly federal money. There was, and up until recently, when we had a reorganization, there was about $350,000 in license money that we used on a shooting range grant improvement program. So $750,000 in PR or Pittman Robertson money, federal money, 350 in licensed dollars. And of course, I every year I'd have to do a request for the PR money, and it required a budget, and how much was it going to be on personnel, and how much on training, and all the little subcategories. And early on, I had developed a spreadsheet that I had all these things in there, and was, quite frankly, just kind of guessing at that. My predecessor didn't look at things like that. He just said, well, I got $500,000. I'm going to spend it however I need to, I guess. So anyhow, I developed a spreadsheet, was able to kind of forecast my needs, keep track of increasing costs and so forth. I could put my budget together, do the request to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for what I was going to need. The shooting range money was just a legislative allotment that had to go out and try to make sure it got spent, which meant lobbying shooting ranges around the state to come share our money. The level of authority that I had, it was pretty broad. I knew what my program needs were. I knew, what I could spend the money for, and we have a process internally where I would make the budget or the expenditure request, of course, line it all out with costs and so forth, and then send it off to our budget folks, who they look at it and make sure that it conforms, in the case of the Hunter Ed stuff, to the federal requirements, that wasn't buying something feds would reject in an audit. And then I get the green light to go forth and do that. The financial performance of our work unit, I would say, is good. We've had some challenges the last 2 years with the COVID and kind of getting back from those things, and the way that we do business has changed. So I'm actually over budget, not under budget. Sorry, have money left over, which is, in state government, that's good, but it's bad, right? Short answer to that question is I think it's been just fine. I've stayed on top of stuff. I look at those budgets, of which I've got about 12 different ones that I have to keep an eye on. Each one of our regional folks has a little pot of the money as well, and I have to kind of monitor them to make sure they're on task and that they get it spent or they don't overspend. So that sometimes needs a phone call to somebody to say, hey, got $8,000 and here it is in the May. I need to do something with that. So thank you.
Mhm. Tell us about a time that you faced a critical decision, but didn't feel like you had the experience or the knowledge to make an effective choice. Who did you reach out to for advice or more information, and how did you weigh differing opinions? What factors did you ultimately use to make your choice, and what was the outcome?
Interesting questions. Thank you. I can't think of a specific occasion. I know I've had them, and my usual mode of operation is to seek out people who are familiar with the situation or have experienced it or have done it, and talk to those folks and get a variety of opinions and input, and have a discussion about what they did, how they did it, why they did it, and put my 2 cents worth in there, and ask the questions that ask those critical questions. Well, okay, I see, we've got these 3 different, I've talked to 3 or 4 different people, and they've all done it slightly differently. How do you think it would work going this direction, and what would be the ramifications? What's a possible side effect, an undesired side effect from this decision or this action? And I try to weigh all that and move forward with whatever decision that I've come to then. Weighing those different opinions, again, it's about the conversation and the discussions and getting input, information. And I never have worked in a vacuum. I don't think that's a good place to be. As I said earlier, everybody has something to add to the equation, some piece of information to educate me to make those decisions. So which kind of answers the, what factors did I use? Well, all these conversations and the input. And the outcome, usually it's been good.
Okay,
All right, I'm Jake Fettis, cattle representative from Manhattan. In the past, the Brands division has struggled to effectively implement technology and utilize modern tools in delivering service to constituents or customers. In your current or more recent role, how have you led staff and stakeholders in implementing and adopting information technology or new technology? How have you worked through the change process with staff and stakeholders? What is your knowledge of hardware and software procurement and deployment?
Thank you. So, yeah, great question. Sorry, I just have to.
You're good.
So a little bit about my less recent past. I spent 7.5 years with DCI as a computer forensic examiner. So that took me, pretty deep into computers and technology and hardware, and a variety of the behind the scenes stuff, let's say. With Fish, Wildlife and Parks, we have a lot of electronic digital tools that we use. We have our online education programs. We've got the online registration system that we use. And when I first came on board, the online education tools were out there, but they hadn't been embraced so much by our volunteers. The registration system was out there, but hadn't been embraced by our volunteers either, because we've done it this old way with all the, we call them the yellow cards. We've done it this way forever. We don't need this dang computer. I don't have a computer, as they stand there with a smartphone in their hand. Right. So again, with the volunteers, it was, you can't tell them to do stuff, you have to ask. So I had to kind of wrap my head around, well, how am I going to convince these folks, lead them down a path that makes us all more efficient. And it took about 2 years to get people weaned off of our yellow cards into doing the electronic stuff. And a lot of education. I traveled around the state doing education pieces. I'd bring volunteers in, show them how the system works, let them do some hands-on practice till they got comfortable with it. I've, at the same time with our online education programs, we've had a lot of improvements and changes with those. And I work very closely with our provider to design courses. The most recent one, some of you may or may not know, we now have mandatory trapper education in Montana. And there was a project I was tasked with basically creating from scratch. So that was an online course and an in-person component. And so we put together a group of 6 other folks and put together this online course. Well, that was my job to go to our provider and say, okay, here's what we need, and here's how we need things to work. And at the same time, our IT department, because we needed to import student records into our system. So I had spent a great deal of time with our IT people saying, okay, we've got our student database, our instructor database, our course database. We need to have all these things talking to each other, and just having a background with databases, database management a little bit. I'm not a programmer, but I know how parts have to fit together. This whole many to one, one to many, all the tables, and so we can not only get the information in, but get it out. So that's been an ongoing, project, both for our staff, our IT folks, our information officers, and then our volunteers out in the field. Keeping them up to speed, engaged, using the system, And if there's any changes, making sure that folks are aware of those beforehand, not getting it slapped on at the last minute. Our stakeholders really are our volunteers and our customers, our public. And I think we've tried to make the public side of things pretty seamless. Basically, they push a button and they're there. So that's been the goal of that, and we've been pretty successful at it. Per buying hardware and software. You're such big words.
Procurement.
Thank you.
Procurement.
It's like circuitous. I said it that right. Of course, I do have to negotiate a contract with our vendor, with the online and programs in our event manager registration system. So I'm involved in that process. If we do need to buy hardware, software, we've got forms to fill out, justifications to make, and research to do on costs and so forth. And then I turn all that paperwork in and let the powers that be through our IT department and management say yay or nay on that. So there's some things that can go through our folks with, and some stuff that they have to pass on to the state, depending on the size of that purchase. So.
Now, and Sue might probably has the same, or Nina, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
has the same question, but you use an acronym DCI, and
Sorry,
clarify that if you would, please.
the Department of Justice. So it's the state criminal investigations.
Okay.
And your position.
I was an agent, and then my responsibility was a computer forensic examiner. So it was to look at digital evidence in cases. So we get computers and hard drives and flash drives, dig in there and find all the evidence.
Yeah, so for board members who may not be familiar, just to clarify, DCI is our version of FBI on a state level, essentially.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so what have we not asked you about that you would really like us to know about your experience?
And how long do I have?
Well, I guess you're on in the hot seat for another 15 minutes if you want to use that. We'd
Well,
like to try and keep it for
Sure.
their, schedule, but we're not gonna, I'm not gonna cut you off mid sentence, let's say that.
Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, I've been in the livestock industry in one form or another since I was a little bitty kid. My dad raised horses. I knew at age 6 I was coming to Montana, and did so in my early teens. So I tell people I may not have been born here, but I grew up here. I've worked on ranches all around the state, Dude Ranch, horse breeding operation down in Big Timber for a number of years. Was in part of a family partnership with the ranch down in Big Timber for 30 some odd years, and had a divorce in the family, and that kind of ended. Doing the livestock inspections for a number of years. Law enforcement, I've been all over the state. I was started out in Sweetgrass County, worked up in Roosevelt County on the reservation up there for about 6 years. Was cross-deputized to enforce tribal law. So spent a fair amount of time in tribal court and federal court because of the jurisdictional issues. Had an opportunity to come to Helena for a job at the sheriff's office here, and took that. Poplar was a great place to work, but not a great place to raise a family. So I was with the county here about 10 years. Whilst I was there, I got involved with the civil process stuff that I was a little dubious about in the beginning, but took on that challenge. I got elected to the board of directors for the Montana Sheriff's and Peace Officers Association, which was a pretty high honor in my humble opinion. 2 years later, they selected me to be the chair of their government relations committee, which I thought was another pretty high honor to be thought of that highly by the sheriffs around the state. I had an opportunity then to go to work for Division of Criminal Investigation, DCI, and spent, like I said, 7.5 years there. A lot of pretty intense schooling, and throughout my career, I've been involved in education at one point or another, be it mostly law enforcement folks, but I spent some time annually up at the Flathead Community College delivering programs to those folks in their criminal justice degree program. With Fish, Wildlife and Parks, I've been there 10.5 years. I thoroughly enjoyed the job and the people. I feel like I've taken things to a place where I can't take them any further personally, and it's probably time for somebody else to step in and take over that job. I don't think it's good for one person to stay in the same place forever. Things get stagnant and needs some new blood. Who you pointing to?
When you're done,
Oh,
I just point of clarification.
go ahead, right now.
You said you worked on the reservation.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your position? What did you do on the reservation? Was that law enforcement or?
Yes, thank you for the question. I worked for the Roosevelt County Sheriff's Office, and I was stationed in Poplar for the most part as a deputy sheriff. And the Poplar area was my duty station. After up there a couple of years, I got promoted to sergeant, and then toward the end, I was the patrol lieutenant over the patrol folks there, signing shifts and evaluations, performance, and things of that nature. And then I had to, of course, in those positions, I dealt a lot with the FBI, a lot, and the tribal government as well. Yeah, and I think my personality and the people that I know around the state, and my eagerness to learn and do good and listen, and I like to teach and empower people, staff, be it volunteers or otherwise. I think knowledge is power, and the more knowledge that others have, the more empowered they feel to make good decisions. And that I've always viewed as part of my job is to educate people as much as I can about my job, their job, so they have a whole picture, and they don't have to depend upon me solely. If I'm not there, it's not a, oh my gosh, I can't make a decision. Yeah, you can, and trust me, you will make a wrong decision, but just make it once, and we can work through that. That's part of a learning process. I believe you have to let people make mistakes to learn from those mistakes. Heavens knows I've certainly made my fair share of them over my life. So I guess, in closing, it would be a great honor to be selected to lead this enforcement agency. That, I mean, it's the oldest law enforcement agency in the state, right? And I just relish the opportunity and appreciate you folks taking the time to sit here and listen to me, and hopefully I impressed one or two of you and didn't unimpress anybody. So
is there any questions you'd like to ask us?
sure, I would love to, but I'm going to have a one question at a time. Thank you. What, Mr. Chairman, what is the board's expectation of that position, that person, or to whomever?
So you want me to take a stab at that, or someone else like to?
Mr. Fed is over here.
No, I'm just waiting to hear Gene's answer.
I guess my expectations is I've had enough experience, as you probably can tell by the color of my hair, but I like things to run smooth. Friction is within the office or within the community is always a detriment to the efficiencies of running any business. And so, you know, my theory is if I don't hear much from Mike, things are going well here.
No
And,
news is good news.
yeah, yeah. So that's kind of my expectations of what I like to see as a, in your position. Of course, you wouldn't answer to me, you would answer to Mike, but in the ultimate, we're the ones that, and we're the ones that see the issues that can't be resolved by you or Mike as they come up the ladder, then it comes to us. And I guess our meetings are much smoother if we don't have those issues that come to this far up the ladder, because if they get here, you know, something has broken down in the process. And so that's kind of my expectations. Would anyone else like to share? Nina?
As you know, agriculture has a tendency to live in the past in a lot of senses. And life goes on. And one of my expectations or hopes is that somehow those two concepts can be balanced. I mean, there's very much tradition in what goes on in this department, but we also need to be able to take hold of the way things are going now, IT being one of them, and they need to be melded. And that is an expectation, that is a hope that I have.
So if you don't mind me adding on to that, that's one of the things that really intrigues me. I have seen this working out in the field, a real need to, for lack of a better term, modernize the way the department runs and handles things and so forth. And that'd be the big challenge. And I would relish that. I think you asked the question about IT stuff. I certainly have the ability to speak computer, but speak layperson or translate to layperson as well. And I look at it a lot like playing pool with a rope. You can't push it, you got to pull it and get people to come along with you. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that insight.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, it's overseeing so many people. You're overseeing a whole lot of people in a whole lot of different capacities. And being able to effectively do that is huge. Because, you know, there's more employees in that department than anywhere else by a lot.
Yeah, thank you. And I feel like I'm more than qualified for that, having spent the last 10 years with all these volunteers that are all different walks of life, ages, genders, points of view, and it's been a great learning experience navigating those waters and being successful. When I came on board, my predecessor pretty much was hated by everybody out there in the field. And it took me 2 years to gain trust and respect. And I had to do so by leading by example and talking to people and letting them get to know me and having them be part of the process. So thank you. Appreciate that.
So just off of what Gene said, friction is a detriment. It's also an inevitability. So dealing with that friction, you know, like he said before it gets to here, I think is very important because we've all received calls of that friction before it's gotten to the board. And dealing with that ahead of time, whether it's employees or customers, I think is probably one of my biggest expectations. And then kind of piggying off of what Nina said, I deal with a lot of other states and their brand departments and getting inspections in other states, and they're leap years ahead of us as far as technology, and it makes life a lot easier for their livestock departments in those states to track. And we're also starting to deal with different diseases, foreign diseases, and tracking movements. And if we can update that technology, that'll help us with that, to track what's coming in, what's going out in a timely manner instead of months behind and not knowing where things went, where animals went and things like that. So to me, the technology portion of it is very important for the biosecurity of our livestock industry in the state of Montana. So that's one of my, probably my biggest expectation is moving that forward amongst an employee base that's older than a lot of departments in Montana and maybe aren't as accepting and willing to take on new technology. It's going to be a challenge, but I think it's a challenge that the new administrator has got to embrace and move forward.
Absolutely. Very good. It would be a challenge, certainly, because for a number of reasons. And I think I alluded to it earlier, and maybe not quite this way, but my personal philosophy is that people need to know what is expected of them, and they need to feel safe. I've been in places where there was a lot of information available out there from the field, but people did not feel safe to voice that information and carry it on up. That would help the whole agency. So one of my goals would be to create that safe environment. Let people know, hey, it's okay to screw up. So don't make the same mistake more than once, learn from it. But communicate. Communication is so huge. And it's okay. If you don't like a decision, that's fine. We can talk about it and understand why that decision was made. And sometimes that changes the mind. Sometimes it doesn't, but I think we've all been there with decisions we didn't like, but had to work through. With regard to the IT piece, I feel like I'm more than qualified to, and I think you guys have a contractor that's working on some IT stuff now. I feel more than qualified to sit down if that's the desire. Sit down with that company or person or group and work through some of the issues that need to be addressed. Research other states and what they have. Look into that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Looks like we're pretty close to on schedule, so.
I have one more.
You have one more question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Honeycutt.
Yes.
What is your expectations?
Well, I think very, very similar to the board, except, one level down. I think what we're looking for is, one, that we do our job, right? So there's a big job for brand enforcement. Laws, rules require that we audit markets and dealers, that we audit deputy stock inspectors, that we are out, that we're enforcing our laws, we're covering the sales. There have been gaps, as you well know, having some experience with the department and being a deputy stock inspector and some of those things getting done. So making sure those things happen routinely on the schedule they're supposed to happen. I think consistency of enforcement is a big thing. We have 13 different markets. We have roughly 18, 19 different district inspectors that are operating independently of each other. So it's very easy for there to be a lack of consistency between how situations are handled at the Lewistown livestock auction versus Ramsey. But making, I look at this position as being the person to make sure that's consistent across the board, consistency across those investigators. I've run into that in my time. We shouldn't have one investigator writing someone a warning for something that someone else would be writing a felon, right? We have to be consistent in how we're doing that because our ranchers work across those district lines and we want them to see that we're being consistent in how we do that. You mentioned, obviously we're in the middle of a big IT project. We're at the end of one. We've put in for another with the legislature that we hopefully will get the funding for to pursue. So I think moving the department ahead technologically and bringing the staff and stakeholders along through that change management process is going to be a big expectation for the person that fills this role. And say those are the big things that I'm looking for the person that fits in this position. I think at least among the management team, we have a pretty good culture and collaboration. That's the other thing I think that's big is in the 6 years I've been here, we've fought really hard through, yes, we are 3 divisions within this small department, but at the end of the day, we are the Department of Livestock, and everybody has to be pulling together to get the job done. And Mr. Fett has sort of mentioned it. We've been through things where, you know, if we're out having to test for TB, that's not just the veterinarian's job, that's everybody's job. That is the most important thing for the Department of Livestock that day. And we need everybody pulling forward, helping that, whether that's, and that might mean in the brands division, you've got folks pouring through movement records downstairs to help establish connections. In the field, you may have people helping gather and get cattle together for testing, enforcing quarantines. And so I know history of the department at one time was very siloed. This is an animal health job. This is a brands job. We're trying to get that one department feel. Yes, we have our areas of expertise, but there's too much crossover for us not to pull together and work together as one department. And so I think, you know, from my standpoint, I'm looking for a leader that can emulate that. You know, we'll work collaboratively with the rest of the folks on the management team, and you know, we'll I guess example that sort of leadership so that down the department you have that same type of collective thought and collaboration and cooperation between the different levels out in the field.
Awesome, very refreshing perspective and attitude. I like that. Yeah, so again, I think I could fill all those roles. No, I know I could fill all those roles and do you all a great job. So unless anybody has anything else, I can say thank you very much. I appreciate your time and you folks sitting here listening to me ramble.
Well,
Thank you. Thank
we
you.
appreciate you coming in and look forward to visiting with you. So, all right.
Thanks very much.
Well, I look forward to hopefully getting that phone call of a positive note.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
So,
Close her down for a minute while we
yep,
collect ourselves for the next
Okay.
interview.
yeah.
Great.
We'll,
Thank you.
we'll take care.
Thank you.
We'll break till 10 after.
We are off mute.
Hey,
Hot seat.
oh, I'm sorry, Jay.
Good morning.
Brought you in and then didn't show you. So, yes. All right, Jay Bodner, I'm gonna open the questioning, and as each individual question, they'll introduce themselves and then ask. We say a question, but it's actually a series of questions that kind of fit to the same theme. And so I'm just gonna start out with saying, why are you interested in this position? What led you to apply? And why are you the best candidate?
Great, thank you. So Jay Bodner, got my information, been around the industry for a long time. I've really committed my career to the livestock industry. And as I looked at this position, I very much value what the department does for the livestock industry in Montana. It's very critical for not only ownership, but tracking any kind of, that's very important to me, very important to the industry. Some of the things that I think that I could bring to the position is that, one, I'm very involved in the livestock industry myself. Once again, committed my career to it, born and raised on a ranch, own livestock myself. And, in addition to that, I think this is a very broad ranging position. You were in charge of managing people, you were in charge of managing a budget. And those things are very critical, not only to this position, but some things that I've had, vast experience with in my current position. Have an umbrella of about 5 organizations under our current umbrella. So within that, we manage budgets for each one of those. You manage strategic objectives for each one of those positions, and making sure that, you can run an operation cleanly, you can run an operation efficiently. And I think those are some of the skill sets that I could bring to this position.
Okay. All right, so. I remember, but I don't know.
I think it's
Did I
me.
answer all three?
It's me.
Well,
Good morning.
neither has been a-
Thank you.
We all have 3 to 4 questions.
Yeah.
You don't mind that.
That's why,
Too.
yeah.
Don't make fun of me.
Yeah, fine.
We're gonna make fun of you. You just write down.
And I think you have a
Yeah,
set
yeah,
of
actually, you
questions
have a
beside
Yeah,
you.
sheet there
questions
beside
are-
you
So
that has the questions.
if you get lost
Yeah,
on
just one
which
or-
question in the question, you can.
There are really 3 or 4 in each
Yeah.
Okay,
question.
thank you very
Go ahead
much.
and introduce yourself. and-
I'm Nina Bacchus, and I'm a cattle representative, and our ranch is north of here, as you know. Okay, the Grants Division is spread over 14 locations in the state, and most of the employees you would be working with are outside of this office. They're not here. They're out in the hinterlands. In your past role, how did you work with remote employees? And please describe any methods you used to monitor the work they were doing and make sure that the activities were being accomplished in a timely and accurate manner without you looking over their shoulder.
Yeah, that's a great question. To start with me, I was a bit old school, so I kind of, originally, everybody had to be in the office. We had to be working, 8 to 5, kind of regular hours. Certainly learned a lot through COVID and what can be accomplished through that process. It certainly did open my eyes. I certainly understand we have a huge state and you can't have everybody in Helena all the time. What I did in my current position is that we were looking at hiring some additional employees. And as you look at through those resumes, frankly, the best employee could make it to the office maybe once a month. And this employee was certainly just a standout employee. And so I went outside, really what I normally would have done in that situation, to say, I'm going to try to hire a remote employee. And frankly, it worked out very well. So some of the things that I do to kind of monitor those kind of situations, I think are important. So you have to lay out, you have to have a certain amount of confidence in that position. So you wouldn't really hire them if you weren't confident in their abilities to start with. I think that's very important. 2, I think it's very important then to, you lay out some clear expectations. So, you have roles, you have responsibilities, but within that, you have goals that you're going to be setting for that employee. And so what we do is that lay out those goals, lay out those expectations. Don't like to micromanage, but certainly like to confirm that those, duties are getting done. So what we did was a couple different things. Have a monthly meeting, a weekly meeting every Monday morning where we go around to each individual employee. Some are remote, some are in the office, but everybody is held to the same responsibilities and duties. So you go through, what did you say you were going to do last week? Did you accomplish that? Did you meet any hurdles? Do you need any help? It's important to really, I think, make sure that everybody knows exactly what the responsibilities are, but then actually meet those. And in addition to that, we also did, we kind of, for company wise, we wanted to be more efficient in what we were doing and tracking the way that we were accomplishing our goals. So we set up some goals, but then within that, with objectives, then with some goals, but then under that goals, we actually put down some measurable goals. So how do you track that? So within that, we also met weekly to do that. So it was, I said I was going to, make 25 calls. Did I do that? What did I accomplish? So that all of that information was tracked, and it was tracked in a manner that you could actually see Is the company gaining ground? Is the company losing ground? Are we meeting our goals? And you could also share that with, frankly, a board of directors that says, how are you guys doing? Are you accomplishing what you said you were going to do? So those are some of the things that I worked on to implement and had really good success. Certainly not afraid of remote workers. We're pretty efficient in doing a Zoom call, a phone call, an email, those kind of things. But I think most importantly is that communication with those remote workers. You don't just want to leave them alone. You need to be able to communicate with them on a regular basis. And that's some of the things that I try to implement. So.
Thank you.
All right, so Greg,
Greg Witchman, sheep rep. This position works with regulatory activities. Tell us about your experience working with regulatory actions. Please describe a time when you had to work with a constituent or customer who was upset regarding a decision or action that has been taken by the organization or a subordinate. Please detail how you worked through the situation and what was the outcome.
Yep. So I've had experience with regulation. When I started with my current position, most of it focused on the legislature. So my first legislative session was 2003, and since have been very much engaged in all the legislative sessions since then. So had some experience with not only legislation, but also when it comes to regulation. So in dealing with that also, we deal with a lot of state agencies that much of those regulations impact livestock producers, landowners. It could be a water regulation, it could be a land use regulation, it could be dealing with CAFOs, combined animal feeding operations, or simply wildlife, another one that does impact us. So I guess how I do approach some of those regulatory actions is one, I'm very clear in what our goal is. Set a goal to make sure that if it's a regulation that's coming, you know what the deadline is, you know what the regulation says. You need to be able to formulate an argument or comments that actually support or oppose that regulation or your position as an organization to do that. So I've learned a lot through the years in better ways to approach that. So you don't need to be terribly lengthy, but you need to be short, you need to be concise, you need to be fact-driven to make sure that your position is very well positioned when it comes to these regulations, because they do actually have pretty severe or significant impacts on the business and individual producers and their individual businesses. And I don't think you take that lightly. I think you take that very seriously. So how I guess I describe where we have a consistent constituent or customer that was upset. I think one of the things with the livestock industry that I think is I'm very proud of is we're very independent. We all think a little differently. We don't run our ranches the same. And so also that brings some challenges because what one producer might think is a great idea, another producer might think is going to be harmful. So one of the challenges, I think, not only with regulation, was maybe more with legislation, dealt with more of a national issue, but it did impact just about, and everybody had a view on it individually with livestock producers in Montana dealing with cattle markets. So what's the best way? Cattle markets over the last couple of years were down. How do we approach? Do we want a legislative fix? Do we want to let the market work as we think it's designed to work? There was a lot of legislation that was proposed nationally in setting kind of certain mandates on how we were going to sell fat cattle. That was a pretty big division within the industry. So I had numerous calls with producers that felt very strongly that that was a good idea, felt very strongly that that was a bad idea. How I approach those is that our organization did set a policy. So we had a very clear direction on what we were going to accomplish and what our views were on that national piece of legislation. So when I got numerous calls from producers or constituents that were opposed to that, walk through what the process that we had went through to make a decision on what our focus was on that piece of legislation. And frankly, described why we made that decision. So it's important, I think, to lay out those kind of discussions where you can very much, it's important to let people know how you got to a decision, why you got to a decision, who made the decision. And then I think on the other side from those constituents, it's very important for you to listen to them because, you know, they have a strong feeling and they probably have some good facts and figures on why they think that is a good decision. And maybe that's a good direction to go to. So I think it's really important to be able to be a good listener in those discussions. In some cases, I've been faced with those situations where you get a call from kind of an angry constituent and you give them an opportunity to be able to provide kind of what their argument is, what their issue is. It's important to ask for some clarifying questions in there because you never quite get the full story right out as the start, but as you engage in those conversations and ask for those kind of clarifying questions, you get a better understanding of really what the issue is. In those instances where maybe it's not a direct conflict, but they're looking for some help, when you find those kind of issues, you can then start to kind of formulate, okay, we can do A, B, and C to maybe try to help you. And I think when you try to lay out maybe a strategy to help that constituent or work through that issue that maybe is, you know, yeah, there is some conflict there, that helps kind of relay at least that, you know, that what this person is saying is important to you. You understand what the issue is. And then I think lastly, the most important thing is that after you have those conversations, if you said you were going to do something, you have to communicate that back to that person. So I think one of the things that probably is I take very seriously is that, you know, if somebody's calling, it's important enough to take time out of their day to call you. You need to be able to call them back. So I do think that that's really important. Let's see, did I cover everything? Maybe I'll just keep going. I think one of the things I think mentioned in this question was subordinates. And I think so, you know, as a staff, I think it's important to be able to, you know, not everybody agrees all the time. And so not that that's a bad thing either. I think there's always in some disagreement, also good discussion that and that's pretty healthy. When you do make a decision, I think it's important that everybody does follow that decision. And so have those situations where, you know, maybe not everybody agrees up front, but once a decision has been made, make it very clear that that's the direction we're going to be moving in. And so, you know, some of those are hard discussions to have, but, you know, ultimately when a decision is made either by a board or a supervisor, it's important that everybody is on board with that and moves in that direction.
All right, Alan.
Alan Redfield, livestock producer, cattle representative. Please tell us about the time you had to work through a performance issue with an employee. How did you approach the issue with the individual? What method or steps did you use? And what was the outcome of the situation? In your past roles, when you were new, how did you work with those who've been with the work unit for a long time?
Great. So with performance issues, I think it's very important, one, to conduct them. Some of the things that I've learned in the past is that, you know, past supervisors didn't really set out a time, a place, expectations to conduct a performance review. And so it was hard to know as an employee, am I doing a good job? Am I not? Do I need to improve in areas? And I think that was a learning point for me that, you know, as I became a supervisor, one, you set clear expectations. We're gonna set up performance reviews, at the beginning of the year. Here's some questions that I would like you to consider, and we're gonna go through those one by one. And when I've done that in the past, it's a good opportunity, one, to review that job performance, look at areas where we think that there's improvement needed. And I think also, what I've learned, it's a great opportunity to be able to maybe look at some job description adjustments. You can really find out kind of where people's strengths are, and if you can more focus the job to those strengths, or take part of another job description and move it into that person, I think it's very important, because then ultimately that person is more fulfilled, they're more productive, the organization is more productive. I have had situations where frankly, job performance probably was not up to speed. And I think how I address those in those situations is certainly set a specific time to make sure that bring that employee in, walk through, this is kind of the job performance, this is what the expectations are, this is maybe where we're falling short. These are the steps that you need to take to be able to make sure that you're meeting these performance goals. And so I think it's important to be frank. It's important to be set one-on-one time with that employee, so that there's clear expectations, because it's important really that if one part of the team is not performing, then that does have an influence on the rest of the team. And so I think it's really important that everybody does the best job that they possibly can, and if they need some help, I think that's another opportunity too. In those performance opportunities, you find where maybe somebody just needs a little bit of help, or they need a little bit of training. We've done that also. We've had a pretty complicated management system within CRM, customer relations management tool, where not everybody is 100% engaged in technology. We found there's a lot out there on YouTube, a lot of training manuals, and so you can actually utilize a lot of what it's in that to be able to train that employee, utilize their talents so that they can perform more efficiently too. So.
Sue Brown,
Right.
Dairy and Egg.
Well, just a minute. He was
Yeah.
reading through.
Well, I was
the
just
question,
going to
'cause
want to
we
make
have
sure that
multiple questions, yeah.
I got everything that.
Did you have more to add?
But I don't know that I necessarily did. I think one of the things that it talks about, or the question that you asked, was just, when you work with somebody for a long time, I think there's a lot of value in that, because it does create a lot of trust too. And I think it's kind of mentioned in the question, because what that person is capable of, they know what you're capable of, they know what the expectations are. And so I think, once again, it is really important to kind of respect what that person is capable of. And then it certainly is just more valuable to the organization as you kind of walk through these kind of situations that, when you're doing these performance reviews, that, everything is accomplished kind of like you expect. So.
Okay, all right. Now, Sue.
Sue Brown, Dairy and Egg. Please describe how you have been involved in budgetary and financial management issues in your most recent role. How would you describe the level of authority you have to make decisions about revenue and expenditures? And how would you describe the financial performance of your current work unit?
Great, thanks. So within the current organization that we actually house a number of different entities. So in my previous position, I manage 2 organizations. And so the budgets of those were separate. They each had their own board of directors. And so one, it was important because with these types of organizations, they're never generally flush with cash. So you have to be very efficient in how you spend your money, how you utilize your funds. So manage both of those separately with those 2 individuals. So went through monthly reviews of financials, and then also set budget goals. So at the beginning of the year, always those budget goals were set. And then through those monthly reviews, you were able to track how that company is doing, how those budgets, how you're meeting those budgets. It's important, I think, for those situations to be able to identify, is there a problem coming? Because you always need to be able to look down the road to see, is there anything that's going to approach us unexpectedly that is going to catch us off guard, that's going to have a financial impact for us. So currently, now in my position, not only have oversight over those other budgets, but the company in itself. And I take that very seriously because some of the things that we've looked at is that, one, I set up a budget with my financial planner. That budget then is produced to a board of directors. They review that, but they, have their own businesses to run. So they rely really on an expertise of staff to be able to do that. You do it comprehensively. And so it's important then to share kind of what your concepts are. All right, here's what I think we need to do as far as a budget. Here's what I think our priorities are going to be. Present that to a board of directors and then allow them to have their input into that. Because I think it's also important is if they have different priorities or budgetary priorities than maybe what a staff perspective is, then you need to be able to figure that out early on in the process. A couple other things that we've done also just with revenues is that we were more strategic in kind of our approach of deciding or setting goals in revenue. And then within that revenue goal, also developing more specific actions that would be taken to meet those revenue goals. And so we set a budget that was increasing over last year for revenue. And then within that staff driven, we set a budget or a goal that was even above that. So our goal was really, we want to do the best job that we can. We want to be able to have a company that is going to be able to meet those goals, because frankly, everything costs more money than it did before. And we realize that, we recognize that. And so within that, we said each staff member had set up specific goals within that to meet that revenue goals, tracked it once again every week. And right now, as far as the budgetary goals that are set, we're on track to meet those. So.
All right. And Sue is the lucky one. She's going to ask you one more question.
Great.
Tell us about a time that you faced a critical decision, but you didn't feel like you had the experience or the knowledge to make an effective choice. Who'd you reach out to for the advice or more information? And how did you weigh differing opinions? What factors did you ultimately come to make a choice? And what was the outcome?
Sure. So one of the things that I had experience with is it was a critical decision, but it was asked to participate in a work group, and it was called a nutrient work group. So it dealt with basically phosphorus, nitrogen, I'm not a scientist, so to be involved in these kind of work groups where you have a whole plethora of just, experts in there. And our participation in this work group was that, agriculture, biggest land base in Montana, is going to have an impact with the decisions that this group makes. Montana and agriculture were considered non-point source, so we don't directly discharge to these waters. So it really measured kind of the stream health of nitrogen, phosphorus in these streams. And so frankly, I get into this work group, I understand that it's important that we do a good job representing agriculture because it's going to have a direct impact to us. So the steps that I took is that I identified people within that work group that were industry related, that were experts that I could talk to, that I could learn from. And frankly, I did a lot of research on reading so that I was more informed so that I could contribute. So not only did I learn for those individuals, but I went and found the resources that I needed so that I could make a better decision or better represent the industry. Ultimately, that work group, I think, has been going on for about 12 years now, and it's still going. So it's changed facets through the years of legislation to rule, but ultimately, I took that responsibility very seriously because whatever the decisions that work group made ultimately could go into legislation, ultimately could be decided upon by a federal agency, EPA. And so those are kind of some of the systems that I take, is that one, learn more about what you're talking about, make sure that you're well informed so that you can make a good decision. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I think that's also critical too, because nobody's an expert on everything, but you can certainly find information out there to become more informed so you make a better decision. And so those are some of the things that I approach in those kind of situations.
Thank you.
All right, Jake.
All right, Jake Bettis, cattle producer from Manhattan. In the past, the brands division has struggled to effectively implement technology and utilize modern tools in delivering service to constituents. In your current or most recent role, how have you led staff and stakeholders in implementing and adopting information technology? How have you worked through the change process with staff and stakeholders? And what is your knowledge of hardware and software procurement and deployment?
Sure. So I think that's a good question. Technology I think is important because, ranching industry is no different than any other business. We're not doing business like we did 50 years ago or 10 years ago. And so it's important to be able to look forward on, is there opportunity to utilize technology without necessarily creating a lot of challenges with your customer base. And I think that's some of the things that we would face within our livestock industry. Not everybody is on email every day. Most everybody probably has a cell phone, but maybe it's not a smartphone. So one of the things that we did with our company is that we were looking at ways to better communicate with our base. Of course, from our standpoint, it's easy to sit at a computer and email, but I recognize that producers are out there every day. The last thing they want to do is sit at a computer and read email, and I know that. And so we needed to try to find a better way to be able to communicate important aspects that could reach people, that were timely, and that were easy for them to really adopt. So one of the things we looked at is that, because most everybody has at least a cell phone, you may not have cell phone coverage every day, but you probably can receive a text when your cell phone gets coverage and it comes in. So one of the things that we did is we researched a company that actually had a texting service. So we were trying to make ways that were easy to get information that was valuable for producers. This texting service was easy to sign up. It was not only for members, it was for anybody that wanted to do that. And so we utilized this texting service. We advertised it because I think it was important to advertise so people knew what it was, knew how to do it. And we continue to walk people through, not everybody is really familiar with how to sign up for a texting service. What number do I do? So it's important to, once again, walk people through that. This is how you do it. This texting service that we've utilized, we want to make sure that we don't overrun people, so that it becomes, you just delete it. We try to characterize it for important information that maybe there's a deadline coming up. Here's some comments. Here's a meeting that's coming up. Those, we characterize it for those really important kind of aspects to keep people's attention. So they don't just, every time that text comes in, you delete it without even reading it. So those are some of the things that we've kind of recognized. It's a small step, but it's been very useful, and we've had just really tremendous response in people that really like that aspect of it. I think there's more that we can do along those kind of lines. As I looked at, kind of the brands division and brand inspection, a lot was done with just electronic health certificates. I think there's a lot of room there for the brands division as we look forward into the future, with electronic brand inspections. The technology is there today. It's implementation, it's working through producers in a systematic way that doesn't alienate anybody, but starts to move down a more efficient system. And I think you just need to balance that a bit. And I think that's kind of would be my philosophy, to implement kind of new technology, because I think everybody is capable of continuing to learn. We can try new things, and, not to be afraid of that technology because it's pretty useful. If I'm, GPS on your tractor, that's a pretty good invention that scared a lot of people. So, those kind of technologies now it's pretty standard. But I think it takes a while to work through those processes. Once again, you just have to be clear. You have to be very communicative in the approach, how you're going to address those issues. And it sometimes takes a little bit longer than you would like, but, ultimately in the end, you want a product that's more useful for producers out there. So.
Okay. All right. So what have we not asked about that you would really like us to know about your experience?
Well, I think some of the things that maybe is that I think this important position does require a little bit of industry knowledge. We didn't really talk about that a lot at this point yet. So I think, some of the things that I think are important for a position, of this nature is that not only you have to be aware of what's happening in the industry, what's happening in the state, what's happening with the livestock industry. You have to have some basic knowledge. It's important as constituents or as staff call that, you have a general understanding of what you're managing. And I think that, some of the things that I could bring to the table with that is that, been born and raised on a ranch, own livestock. One of my daily duties is to kind of look to see, what issues are out there that are affecting the livestock industry. It's good to be aware of those issues, because you don't know when you're going to get that phone call of, hey, did you know this? Or what are you going to do about this? You need to be able to be well informed. And I think that's important with a position like this. We talked, I guess, quite a bit about regulatory. So I think that's one of the things, I guess, that I would bring up there that we really hadn't had a chance to talk about much.
Okay. So any questions you have for us?
Yeah, one of the things I just kind of mentioned is that, I'm a livestock producer, livestock owner, just want to make sure that, there would be no conflict. I can't imagine that there would be any kind of, conflict with continuing to be, an owner of livestock, registered brand owner. Just want to make sure that you would view that similar to how I would view that, I guess.
I guess, I don't see any issue. I think it's more of an asset than a detriment because of the understanding of what's involved in a brand inspection. When someone calls you and has an issue about a brand inspection, you understand a little bit more about it. So I guess I would think it is more of an asset than a liability. I don't know that this has ever been a requirement of this department. Correct me if I'm wrong, that you couldn't, someone in this department couldn't own livestock.
Many of our employees own livestock. A lot of our employees own livestock, or own brands. There are employee policies that govern how employees can deal with things. So for one, not that this position will be out brand inspecting, but you don't brand inspect your own livestock. If a situation comes up between you and someone else, and that has happened in my time here, if that individual was, let's say, the investigator for that area, they recuse themselves and someone else would have to handle that situation. We have provisions for even, and have done in the past, where we would ask a sheriff's department for assistance because we didn't think we had anyone who could investigate that appropriately without being biased. So yeah, we have mechanisms to make sure that happens. If you own more than 5 brands and you were successful at getting the position, you'd have to get rid of some of those because there is a limitation to how many brands employees can own, and there is some limitation to how employees can trade in brands because they have special knowledge of the system and what might be available. So there are provisions that sort of govern employees who are also livestock owners to protect them from those conflicts of interest. And those provisions are in place. But I would say if we didn't hire people who own livestock, we'd probably lose about half our department tomorrow. So at least.
Good, and I was familiar with kind of the brand policy and the revisions to that and some of the changes that were included, and some of that was consistent with employees there too. So one of the other questions I guess might have is just with post certification. I know in this position previously, I don't know that the last 2 administrators have met that certification. That was a big part of law enforcement. I don't have that certification, but certainly would be willing to do that if that was kind of the will of the board or supervisor. So
I guess,
Yeah, I would say with the last 2 administrators, it's not been a requirement. That really came about from a change at the Montana Law Enforcement Academy in 2017. Because of the limitation of spots to get into academy, you have people who are working as deputies, people who are working as city police it's taking them a year and a half to get in. So the Law Enforcement Academy really stressed to us agencies that have law enforcement that any role that as a matter of daily course did not need to have a badge, a gun, and arrest authority to please not take up those spots. And so looking at this role, largely management, not a role where we need someone to have that arrest authority on a daily basis. It has been with the last 2 that we have not required that post certification for people who didn't have it, and to make sure those spots are available. And also agencies are limited in spots. And so if you think about right now, we're about to hire 2 new investigators. And we want to prioritize those people who are out there working as a district investigator for the spots we have at MLEA versus using those spots for someone who's largely, here in Helena doing a management role.
I think just for the board, I was involved, sitting in on that discussion when the first administrator that did not have post certification, and that discussion evolved. And one of the things, I think it's a 6-week program or 8-week, and basically there's work to do here. So to have you or whoever is in that position gone for 8 weeks does not make this office run all that efficiency. So if it's not needed, basically, I would assume that you'd have an investigator go out there and make the arrests that have to be done. Sure. So, any other questions?
I don't think so, really. I know I think this board is pretty proactive when it comes to looking at, the technology question. I think is a big question that I think there's a lot of room to address that within this division. And seems like the board, through your previous discussions, have some interest in that too. And this, certainly, I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and I think this board seems to be willing to kind of take that on too. So it's kind of an exciting time, I think.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jay.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and Mr. Honeycutt. Appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. All right, we're gonna,
Can I make an announcement before you do that? I just want to mention to the board that Celia Rigler, you probably saw her come into the back of the room. So Celia is our representative at the governor's office working on ag policy issues. So she's popped over at a couple of other board meetings to take in part of the day, but I've never had a chance to formally introduce her. So as you take your break, please, everyone, make sure, if you don't already know Celia, introduce yourself and get to know her a little bit.
okay, all right, thank you, Mike. Because it's another pretty face in the back of the room, Jake.
She's over there. I'm
Yeah.
over here now.
Let's take, we need 10 minutes? Or 5 enough? What's
It's
your-
up to you, Mr. Chair.
What's the pleasure?
Yeah.
You guys, 5 minutes enough, or you want 10?
Five's good.
We're gonna reconvene at, that clock's just a little bit slow, fast, so we're gonna reconvene at 11 o'clock.
Yes, sir. So be advised.
Don't say anything you don't want to say.
Oh, Nana's got the tool. Thank you, Nana.
Okay, let me grab another sheet there, but a new sheet, so, when
Yes, sir.
Mia. I'm gonna start this, and then each individual board member is gonna have a short series of questions. There is copies there of the questions in case you wanna reflect back, because we say we're each gonna ask a question, but it's a series of questions, so there's multiple parts, so you can kind of, you wanna keep track of what's been asked. You're sure welcome to look back on that, because we realize that there's a multi-part. So, I'm Gene Curry, chairman of the board, and why are you interested in this position? What led you to apply, and why are you the best candidate for this position?
Well, thank you. I'm retiring. I've been with the law enforcement in public safety for the last 26 years, and been the coroner for the last almost 19 years. And I have to be honest, I am kind of over dead people. I'm done with plane crashes. I've had 9 plane crashes, which is very significant. Lots of motor vehicle crashes. Obviously, Highway 12-287 between Helena and Bozeman is very dangerous. Kind of over having to have do those notifications to family members that they've lost a loved one. Kind of over the fact of children dying, suicides, overdoses, things of that nature. And so I chose it's a good time in my life to get away from being the coroner, getting away from having to live my life attached to my phone, because it doesn't get to get turned off. The last time my phone was turned off was June 23rd of 2010. So it's just time. It's been a hard career. And so I've been looking. I did apply last year for a Department of Corrections job. And after interviewing, it was like, that is not the place I want to be. I'll be honest with you. I've had a long career. I've been president of the Montana Sheriffs. I've been president. I'm actually the current past president of Montana Coroners Association. I'm the chairman of the DUI task force. I've been on the board of private security. I teach coroner basic. I helped rewrite the curriculum for coroner basic. I helped write the curriculum for correction detention basic. Been a jail commander, I've been a detective, I've been a sergeant, I've been the undersheriff and the sheriff, and so I've got lots of experience. And when one of my friends said, hey, do you know that the administrator for the Brand Enforcement Division came over? He goes, have you looked at it? I said, I didn't even know about it. And you know, I think I've got, after 26 years, now I was a fireman, I was a soldier, I was an EMT. I have a small farm. I've raised hogs, sheep, goats, horses, cows, running about 10 acres of hay now. Trying to minimize it because unfortunately I got divorced 3 years ago. And so that became a little more work than I was able to do by myself, and all my kids are grown up. But I have lots of good information. So I thought, you know, I think I still have a lot to give to the state of Montana and the people in it. And so I put my name.
Okay. All right, and we're just gonna go around and so Amanda's gonna ask the first question, introduce herself and have some, we'll just proceed with questions.
And you have the questions there. You can turn the page because they are multiple. They're multiple. I'm Nina Bacchus and we ranch north of Helena, and I represent cattle on the board here. The Brands Division is spread over 14 locations in the state, and most of the employees do not work in the Brands Division downstairs. They're out in the state. In your past roles, how did you work with remote employees? Please describe any methods used to monitor work and make sure the activities were being accomplished in a timely and accurate manner without you looking over their shoulder.
Just to give you guys a heads up, I did a little research, so I know where all you're from and what you represent. I took it upon myself to figure it out. You know, kind of crazy, that cop thing in me just doesn't seem to go away. You gotta know what you're walking into before you walk into it. But you know, I don't have rural deputies. I've got 13 deputy sheriffs that are under my command. I've got 7, sometimes 8 detention officers, and I have 7 dispatchers. I've got a search and rescue crew, and I firmly believe that if I tell them my expectations and what I expect from them and their duties, they're adults. It's time to make sure you stay on task and get done what needs to be done. I'm not one, I've never been in the last 16 years as an administrator, one to hold your hand. I'm gonna tell you this is what needs to be done and this is how it needs to be done. And then I leave it up to you. And if you don't do it, then there's a consequence attached to that. But you know, most of the time I have full faith in my guys, and it's a little odd because normally I'm the one that's doing the interview, not the interviewee. And so I'm very cautious about who I pick because one, I need them to represent not only the office of the sheriff, but also myself. And when you're a deputy sheriff, that is what your job is one, to not bring discredit upon your sheriff, your agency, or your county, and the people that you serve. So I don't really have a lot of issues. Our records management system, it's very easy for me to jump on there from my home or from my car or from my office and monitor and see what they're doing. If they're writing tickets, if they're writing good tickets, if they're, and when I say good tickets, it's just legitimate tickets. I get pretty frustrated if I start seeing traffic tickets for a broken tail light. You stop and tell somebody, hey, your tail light's broke, get it fixed. Don't write an $85 ticket. And so, you know, it's been one that if there's corrective action, we give corrective action. You know, we make an investment into our employees, a big investment. It's $70,000, $80,000 to get someone started. And so I'm not in a rush to get them out the door. I don't expect my staff to know everything about everything in any short period of time, and I don't expect them to make rational decisions for at least 4 or 5 years. There's just too much to it. And so there's a lot of learning and a lot of corrective actions and a lot of I guess what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of show them how it needs to be done. A lot of mentorship. I guess that's the best way to do that.
Okay. All right, Greg.
I'm Greg Witchman from Lewiston.
And that's just, it's a formality. because
Yeah.
We're being recorded.
No,
so-
no, it's fine. I'm actually kind of used to being recorded because you can't do anything without somebody pulling on a phone.
Yeah,
So,
this position, here we go. This position works with regulatory activities. Tell us about your experience working with regulatory actions. Please describe a time when you had to work with a constituent or customer who was upset regarding a decision or action that had been taken by the organization or a subordinate. Please detail how you worked through the situation and what was the outcome.
that's almost daily. I'll be honest. There's not a lot of, everything we do is in Montana code annotated. And so that dictates everything we do. As a sheriff, all my job duties are defined by law. And so not only do we have laws, but we have personnel policies, we got county policies, we got office policies. And so there's just a plethora of those things. And then we also have the post standard, the post council, another quasi judicial board that monitors and makes sure we're doing our job and doing it right. And if we don't, we lose our license to practice law enforcement. And so, there's a lot of that. But, for the most part, in my experience, cops are a little different breed of people. We're not out there to do stupid things as much as the press and the media would like us to, like the society to believe. We actually try to do really good things. And so I don't have a lot of regulation wise, such as, probably the DQ or something of that nature. We just have a lot of laws to follow. And angry people, I have a lot of them. It doesn't anymore. Everybody's mad about something. And the best way for me to seem to get through it is let them vent, let them say what they have to say, and then say, okay, how do we fix it? And I'm a firm believer that communication is the key to all success, but one part of that communication is active listening and trying to be empathetic to whatever someone's saying. When I was a patrolman, it was what constitutes mercy on your part doesn't constitute a mercy on mine. But then as I've progressed through my years, I'm not quite as young as I used to be, and sitting behind a desk, steering the boat, I've had to learn to understand and be more empathetic to people because it is an emergency to them. Because that's just how they view their life and their world is through their own glasses. Or through their own eyes. And so it's important to listen to them and hear their viewpoint and then try to find a solution that one falls within the law and it also meets everybody's expectations. So I don't think I missed anything there.
All right. Alan Redfield, cattle representative from Paradise Valley. So tell us about how you had to work through performance issue with an employee. How did you approach the issue with individuals? What methods or steps did you use? And what was the outcome of the situation? In your past roles when you were new, how did you work with those who'd been with the work for a unit for a long time?
Well, there's a lot there.
Yeah.
Every one of my employees is a unique individual in and of themselves. And I'm still the training coordinator for my office. And so no one gets off of field training without going through me. And so but you have to look at each person. Each person learns differently. Age has a part to play in that. Generational issues has a part to play in that. One of the reasons I learned how to text was just so I could communicate with my younger staff because I could tell them 12,000 times what to do and how to do it. I could draw it out on paper. They never do it. If I text it to them, they're like, oh, I'm on it. Oh, okay. Technology is a nightmare. But it's really depends on the issue. So, if it's a use of force issue, I've had a few of those here just in the last few months because I hire people that are from out of state or from bigger agencies. And that doesn't necessarily fall within what I have a purview of use of force. In 26 years of carrying a gun, I've been in one shooting. And I can't tell you the last time that I even pulled my gun out of my holster. And so use of force, I don't feel that, you can talk your way through a lot of things and you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. And so there's a whole part of that you just have to learn to talk to people. And so when I sit down with these guys that like to throw people up against the car or on the ground, is that really necessary? Did we have to go to that extent? I've got more lawsuits against me now than both sheriffs, the sheriff that hired me and the sheriff after him combined. And it's not because of me, it's because people doing not the smartest thing. So it's just one of those things. But if it's police vehicle operations, we have those people driving too fast, getting too close to cars. It's really sitting down, going back through their videos with them. I had a pursuit kid, one of the kids, canine guys had a pursuit. He was about 40, 50 feet off the back of the car. And I said, dude, you're doing 100 miles an hour. He's like, well, yeah. I said, what were you afraid of? I said, back up. He goes, well, she jumped out of the car. She had to stop first. I mean, and they don't realize that at 60 miles an hour, you're moving 90 feet a second. If she hits the brakes, by the time you react, you're already piled up in the car. And so it's going through and just reviewing things and saying, okay, let's go back to policy a little bit. Let's take this thing called common sense and let's try to utilize that a little bit as well and try to get them to change their thought and behavior. So it's worked well. Unfortunately, I've only lost, Broward County's only lost one officer in the line of duty in 125 years. And unfortunately, it wasn't because of anything he did, it was the actions of someone else. But, I have good staff and they're safe and I'm pretty proud of them. So.
Okay. Sue.
Sue Brown, Dairy and Egg, Belgrade, Montana.
Yes, ma'am.
Please describe how you've been involved in budgetary and financial management issues in your most recent role. And how would you describe the level of authority you have to make decisions about revenue and expenditures? And also, how would you describe the financial performance of your current work unit?
There's a lot there.
Yep.
There's a lot there. As a sheriff, I get to develop my own budget. And so when I became sheriff in December 23rd of 2015, it was about 300,000 in a hole on cash revenue and about $9,000 over budget. And that's when I became sheriff, in the middle of the fiscal year. Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate you leaving me in that position. I'm proud to say that now I have got a little over $1 million in my cash reserves. And we are obviously in a new budget cycle, but we ended our budget last year, I think, at 93% of our expenditures. I think we had 105 and 7, something like that in revenue. It takes being creative. When you're setting a budget, obviously, not only am I responsible for the jail, which houses 46 inmates, which is also the one of the liability in the county, but I also have the dispatch center, and then the patrol division, the reserve division, coroner division, and the search and rescue division. And so I get to play in all those little sandboxes and try to make sure that we have enough money that's provided to us through that. Now, one of our former county commissioners felt that it was the jail need to be the main funding source for the sheriff's office. And I'm like, that's not a sustainable funding source. And we argued a lot. Some of them got pretty heated. Some of them ended up on the internet. And some people really thought it was funny. Some of them did not find me very appropriate. But I am passionate about what I do, and I'm passionate about my staff. And I'm passionate about taking care of people and in my community. So I sometimes blow my neck a little bit and say what's on my mind. And but regardless, I was able to get a public safety mill levy. And it's short, it's a short-term one, but I think with the growth in Broadwater County, because we are the 4th fastest growing county in the state, that by the time our mill levy is done, that we'll have the sustainable funding to get there. But, you know, it's a moving target. You know, like this year, trying to budget for cars. One, you can't find police cars. Ford quit making them. Dodge quit making them. Chevy's not doing very much either. So it's a little tough to find police vehicles, but they also raised all the prices up. So when you start your budget cycle, they're 42,000, and by the time you get to your budget cycle, they're now 53,000. And so it's really, that's a moving target all the time. The equipment that goes in them, it takes about $16,000 to $18,000 to outfit a police vehicle. Tires change, fuel prices, everything else. So there's a lot of guessing that goes on. You know, they said, well, use your average. We try to use the 3-year average, but obviously with the inflation and everything else that we have, it's not working right now. And so the other part of, you know, what we get jammed into pretty hard is our overtime. Because what I used to do by myself takes 2 or 3 officers to do now. And so there's no, there's too much danger out there. So we do a lot of training, we do a lot of stuff, but the budget has been, I don't think I've been over budget in anything over the last 6 years. So I think I've done well there.
Tell us about a time that you faced a critical decision, but didn't feel like you had the experience or the knowledge to make an effective choice. Who did you reach out to for advice and more information? How did you weigh the differing opinions? And what factors did you ultimately use to make your choice?
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna probably use a couple of examples because they're decisions that are very difficult. One, the first time as a coroner, I get to pronounce death. And there was a gentleman that fell off his boat, came out of the water, hit his face, knocked himself out. And all of his friends did CPR on him for a long time. And it was middle of the summer. It was 90-some degrees. People who go in the water when it's warm don't have high success rate. And I sat there for probably 25 minutes watching these people do CPR. And I called my boss because I was undersheriff at the time. And I said, I think I'm going to call her because there's no way if he comes back that he's going to survive this outside of a ventilator and a life support machine. Hardest decision I ever made. That's one that you can't take back. That's a very difficult decision to make. To basically, you're saying you're done living today. Very tough. But I reached out to my boss and we talked about it, and that was a decision that was made. It was probably the best decision to make because there would have been no quality of life at the end. Another critical incident would be I had a barricaded suspect who was a Desert Storm veteran, and he battled PTSD and depression. And one night on January 14th of 2014, he decided to beat up his sister and barricade himself in his house while he was drunk and high. And he called me and he's like, "You're the only one I'm going to talk to." And I made a decision to go down there, and there was 4 highway patrolmen and 7 deputies with AR-15s, and he's already cracking rounds on it. And I put myself between them and him and talked him out of the house. And he gave his guns, and I got him to the treatment that he needed. Yeah, I didn't really consult on anybody other than myself, but that's a very another difficult situation to put yourself in because it wasn't his ultimate goal is to die. And I wasn't allowing him to die because of something that happened to him in the United States military.
Mhm.
You know, I think our government has failed to help those folks. And the other decision that's really critical is when my deputy sheriff got killed. You know, there is no book on how to deal with an in a line of duty death. And when you've never experienced one in your agency, I didn't know even where to start. So I reached out to Sheriff Dutton, talked to me. He called me from Lewis and Clark here. Sheriff Gookin, former Sheriff Gookin out of Gallatin, former Sheriff Scott Hamilton out of Livingston, and Sheriff Dooley out of Jefferson County, and Sheriff Edwards, former Sheriff Edwards out of Cascade County. They all came to my aid. And I had to learn to relinquish control in certain things to let them help me through that. And as the sheriff and the chief law enforcement officer of the county, every decision that's made still falls on me. And I had to put a lot of faith and trust in the people that came to my aid to help me through that situation, that they were going to do the right decision and do the right decision for me. And so it worked out well. Not experience anybody should go through, but I've got some very good friends that have been there to guide and offer advice. And even though they haven't had to deal with it, I'm actually the only sheriff in the state of Montana that has an in a line of duty death. So it's a pretty small island that I stand on by myself. And so they weren't sure what to do either, but I just said, do what you think is right, and they did, and it was very remarkable, the outcome and success we had in dealing with that situation. And obviously we just got a conviction on that man here several months back. So those are tough decisions, and because the family's involved, your staff's involved, other law enforcement officers are involved, and so how you handle those things really has an everlasting impact on a lot of people.
Okay. Thank you. Jake?
Jake Bettis, cattle representative from Manhattan. In the past, the Brands Division has struggled to effectively implement technology and utilize modern tools in delivering service to constituents. In your current or most recent role, how have you led staff and stakeholders in implementing and adopting information technology? How have you worked through the change process with staff and stakeholders? And what is your knowledge of hardware and software procurement and deployment?
There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. And I will tell you, you know, one of the things that when my former sheriff, Sheriff Ludwig, she was not a fan of the media. She was not a fan of social media. She kind of just wanted to be left alone. And like, you know, there's a lot of people, I'm a firm believer that I'm the manager of law enforcement. My bosses are every taxpayer and voter in Broadwater County, and to even include the people of the state of Montana that are traveling through it. So I take that very seriously. And so I try to be more open. So my sheriff's office has a webpage now. Strictly, you know, the county's like, you can jump on ours. I'm like, no, I want one strictly for my office. And we get to control the narrative of the stuff that goes on it. And that's good and bad. But it's been a huge resource, especially during the wildfires of last year. Where, you know, the Forest Service is nice to burn up 86 square miles. But it was a great way for me to get information out to people in a quick manner, because they got alerts every time I posted something for evacuations or pre-evacuation or whatever it may be. People that had signed up, and there was a ton of them, they got the notification on their phone immediately, and that was huge. And then obviously we have a Facebook page that he has followed quite well. I think they're up to almost 8,000 followers on that, but I've done, you used to say how many people viewed your post, and when the day that Mason was killed, I put a post out there because I couldn't, my phone wouldn't shut off. It literally rang and dinged and donged and every other sound it could make for the better part of probably 16, 18 hours. So, and I just said, hey, I appreciate you all checking in. I will get back to you, I promise. But I'm gonna turn my phone off. So, but that was viewed like 100,000 times. And so that it's difficult, but that's the world now. And it's a good way to get information out. You know, one of the things that drives me crazy, and so we changed it, was my officers were always spending all their time inside the office writing reports. If you're sitting in the office writing reports, that means no one else is seeing you except for me. And I see enough of you. It's okay. You can go out. I don't need to babysit you, but we got them mobile data terminals for their cars, and that was huge because they can write reports sitting there in a parking lot on the side of the road. They can, you know, they can do a crash report while they're at the crash. And so it's a good way to transmit information from dispatch to them. They can run their own plates. They can run their own 31s, which also limits the radio traffic into the dispatch center because they've got a lot to do. And so that's been a huge, huge thing. They have their moments. Sometimes you want to chuck them out the window while you're driving, but you know, for the most part, they're very useful. And I think that now it's, especially with the growth in our county, when they're like, I don't even know what that road is, because it's something new. They just go bloop, and there it is, and it shows exactly where the house is, and it's beautiful. So it's time consuming, and it's nice because it also, if something goes bad, we know exactly where you're at. So technology, double-edged sword, and you just never know if it's going to be good or bad. But there's a lot of programs out there that we've gone through over the, oh gosh, the last almost 22 years that I've been there. And the one we have now it seems to be working real well for us. It's not perfect, but it's probably the best product that we could find that's going to suit us. So it takes some, you know, and those are things you got to be careful with, because that records management system cost $187,000. So you don't want to dump that too often and get yourself into those things that aren't functional for your agency. So it takes some research and some demos from folks, and then some really good discussions with the users. But since I've done all that, I don't hear the gripes from my citizens that they don't know what's going on. They have a really good idea of everything that goes on, and they feel like they're informed. And an informed body of citizens causes less issues on the complaint side of the house on the end. So I'm really good about sharing information. So.
Okay. All right. What have we not asked about that you would really like us to know about your experience?
Well, I've done a lot. I don't know. You know, I've literally done a lot of things in my career. You know, I started out as a firefighter, went to fire school in Texas, got my NT when I was in the Army, and served overseas, came back, and I will tell you that as a firefighter, that was really cool. Everybody loves firemen, right? They got big red trucks, and they're really big and cool, and you get to work out while you're on duty, and it's just awesome, right? But everything you go to is responsive or reactionary, right? So the only time I ever got to do my job was when somebody got in a crash, and I got to go cut them out, or some of their house was on fire, their business was on fire. And I really felt that it was something I wanted to do something more proactive. I want to be more of an asset to the community, not just somebody who comes when you're having a really bad day. And when I started this career, it was wonderful because I spent all my time driving around I averaged, believe it or not, somewhere between 400 and 500 miles a day driving around Broadwater County, which is like the third smallest county in the state of Montana. But I got to talk to a lot of people, and I've always believed that that's what community policing is getting out with your citizens and having discussions and being part of their lives and understanding what they're going through and what their battles are and the things that they're dealing with. And Broadwater County used to be a pretty agricultural community. Unfortunately, people keep selling off, and we're starting to feel like we're part of North Texas now, because it seems like that's where all of our land's going. And so it's a little different now. And then we got Los Angeles, no offense, I'm sorry. But both of you, live in that fine community, so, or that fine county, but that has changed the dynamics of Broadwater County quite a bit as well. And so it's brought a lot of bad with a lot of good at the same time. But I've worked narcotics. I spent a lot of years doing sexually based offenses, white collar crimes, embezzlements, identity theft, homicide, property crimes. I have done a lot of it, and I still get drug into the sex crimes investigations because I haven't acted for some reason to get people to confess to things that they didn't know I was going to ask, and that's part of that just by being an active listener. Because people will tell you what they don't want you to know, but they'll tell you inadvertently, and then you can just go, did you see that? And like, yeah. So the last guy did that, and he's now serving a 30-year sentence in the Montana State Prison. So, the other thing I didn't bring up, I am the president of my rodeo association there in Townsend. And that's why I've been working on, I think when Mike called me last week, I'm trying to put new decking down on our grandstands, and there's a board. I'm not sure where they're all at though, because when it's time to do the work, it's just me standing there, but it's good. And been on that. Yeah, I'd actually joined that quite a few years. My son died in 2005, and then my wife was killed in 2007. And so I was like, I need to do something that's not cop related. So I joined the rodeo board. And I was like, because I just want to give back to the community a little bit, and do something that I love, because I used to rodeo when I was younger, and some bad accident in Billings. But anyways, I was only there for 6-7 months. They made me a director, and they made me the vice president. Now I've been president for the last 6 years. So I do, my biggest attribute is leadership. And that's been very prevalent because I can't seem to get away from it, no matter how hard I try. So, it's just me. Like I said, I have a small farm and I do my thing, and I have a woodworking business. I have a taxidermy business, plus being sheriff in the corner and the rodeo president and all the other stuff that I still have. And I'm busy. I like to keep busy, and just keep trying to give more. So,
Okay. So do you have any questions for us?
not really. I'm good at research. I had to kind of giggle. And I will say this, and this isn't a question. I was reading the 2021 biennium guidelines, and like the fourth one down, it said something about establishing relationships with local and federal officers and agencies and all that. And it said Sheriff's Department. And then it goes farther down and it talks about the Montana Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. I thought, if you really want to establish a good relationship with them, you gotta use the sheriff's office, because it's elected, not appointed, as a department is. And so that will get the sheriff's feathers up fairly high. And but other than that, I think that looking through that, all of it seems very reasonable. And I think your guys' mission statement said that one is to identify and eradicate diseases within the livestock. And I know Ty Thomas came and talked to us a couple of years ago about, obviously, the big concerns are the foot, hand, and mouth disease in livestock, as well as the swine flu. Now we have issues with the bird flu and some cascade gout, and some other counties here in Montana. And so I get that. And then obviously the theft and keeping the industry alive and everything else. You know, I think I got a pretty good general idea though. And so I know a few of your livestock investigators or inspectors. I've known Ted Wall for it feels like forever. I have a pretty good idea. We had a big horse case down in Townsend. I think it was 14. And I think Mike and I were talking about that because I spent a lot of time testifying. I think it was House Bill 320 in regards to the animal health care bill, I think is what it was. And Mike was like, yeah, we were hoping that you guys kept it at the sheriff's level. But we were trying to give it back to you guys. To be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie. But you know, I've spent a lot of time at legislation. You know, probably since I testified a lot of mental health stuff in 2015 and tried to really keep a lot of that mental health stuff in 17, but we lost it. Obviously, you know, we've had the sheriff's qualification bill we spent a lot of time on, but sheriffs have got drug into a lot of things from livestock to property rights to landlord law. And so me and the captain are fairly acquainted with each other and the times we have testified. And I've spent a lot of time. In 19, I spent an atrocious amount of time as a second vice president, and I was close to Helena. Nanette Gilbertson, who's the executive director of MSPOA, just said, hey, can you come and be here? And yeah, I can. And so between bills, 911 advisories, the Justice Oversight Council, I've spent many moons of hours in the Capitol building. So it's been fun. It's been a great career. It's just time for a change. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Hope you guys have a great day. It's a little cooler than it is outside. So.
Yeah, not a lot.
Shut the windows.
Well, if you guys are bored, you know, I'll be working on the grandstands if y'all want to come down.
There's a couple of them that drive by there, so.
You know, if you probably drive, you know, I really appreciate the 4-lane, right? But that thing's become a Daytona 500. And I love it because I drive an unmarked truck and everybody blows by me at like 100 miles an hour. And then I turn on the lights and they're like, oh. And I'm like, you made a mistake today. They're like, yeah. But I will say this, I pulled a guy over last week, I think it was, because he was blowing by me. I couldn't find my ticket book. I was like, where's my ticket book? I don't even know where it's at. And so it might be because I'm just ready to just walk away from it. So I wasn't too concerned. I said, you're lucky that you caught the sheriff on a good day. And really, he didn't need to know that I didn't know my ticket book.
He does now.
He feels pretty good about himself. So
Yeah.
I thank you guys for the opportunity to be here. I truly do appreciate it. I hope you guys have a great day and good summer. So
Thank you.
thank you.
You too.
WYNN.
I thought,
WEHAN. MEEHAN. Okay, we're gonna break until 12:30.
Yeah, your next candidate will show up at 12:30, so you got an
Oh,
opportunity to
okay.
get some lunch and.
Yeah. Well,
And if you want to- I'm sure they won't mind if you start a little early with
okay,
them. after
well,
they get a
so
chance to
we'll
settle
break till 12:45 then actually.
Yeah.
Because they may not show up at all times, so we'll make sure that they're here. So, and that, right before this interview, I was asked when we'd be there for lunch, and I said, well, it'd probably be about noon. So she said she'd get the salad ready at noon. Well, I assume that our salad isn't quite there yet, but we can be a little patient. We've got plenty of time.
Doesn't affect my plan.
Don't rush to cook.
that doesn't matter to my diet. I can just not be ready for it for a long time. It'll be all right.
The salad's the first thing they're gonna put on there.
I'll stay down.
I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna get a fan blowing that one.
Just not this way.
Exhaust,
Well,
exhaust.
here's the hot seat.
Gene.
Afternoon, it's afternoon.
You did just eat.
What's that?
Nothing. Me get in trouble.
That's right.
Oh, Kurt Ogney.
Ogni, you got it right. That's it. Yep.
So Kurt, I'm Gene Curry, as I mentioned, and I'm gonna open with a, I don't know if I can find my blank sheet. So I'm gonna open with a question, and then each of the board members will have a question for you. And they'll introduce themselves and then ask you a question, and it's actually gonna be a series of questions. We have them kind of numbered, but, and you have a copy there beside you of the questions, so if you, yeah, you see if you get it on the third page. So, like I say, there's gonna be 2 or 3 parts to every question, so you can kind of use that as a reference, so you can, if you want to refresh exactly what the question was, you're sure welcome to look at that, because there's going to be 3 or 4 parts to a lot of the questions. So with that, we'll get started. So why are excuse me, why are you interested in this position? What led you to apply? Why are you the best candidate for this position?
Okay. Well, first, that's right there. Why am I interested in this position? I'm a lifelong Montanan. I'm a 5th generation Montanan. I grew up, we had cattle. We have a family brand, just one, but renewed it recently. I currently work in public safety, kind of quasi law enforcement. I know that, this position and Department of Livestock actually oversees the oldest law enforcement agency in the state. And, it's part of what happens, but the other side is compliance work. And I work as a quality assurance director and compliance over all of our facilities, and I'll get into maybe even other parts of that in a little bit. But I really, as I read this description, I thought this is just as a Montanan raised here. This is the job that I would love to have. And my background, about 11 or 12 years now in kind of public safety and compliance work, I thought this is just a great opportunity for someone to look into and apply for. I think I'm qualified. Again, like I said, I work with a lot of public safety officials, with Post Council, with Law Enforcement Academy. I wrote a security manual for the state of Montana that all officers follow. And I work a lot with our probation and parole, which are public safety officers, our correctional officers in the field. And of course, I collaborate a lot with our sheriffs in the area and across the state, Sheriff Association. I'm even a member of the Forensic Science Laboratory Advisory Board that accreditates the part of the accreditation part for the State Crime Lab in Missoula. And then my background in compliance that I can get to from, really hardcore, I would say, kind of public safety and compliance over use of forces, compliance over, security procedures like count in a prison I can talk about, licensing facilities, reviewing contracts, but also internal controls and managing the budget. So I think there's a lot that I do that really lines up to this. It certainly lines up to my interests, and I think it's something that I look forward to answering some more of your questions on.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so, Diana.
Kurt, Nina Bacchus. I'm a cattle representative on the board, and we ranch north of Helen. The brands division is spread across 14 different areas in the state. It's not all done downstairs here in this office. And in your role, in your past roles, how did you work with remote employees, if you ever did? And please describe any method used to monitor work and make sure activities were being accomplished in a timely and accurate manner without you being right there looking over their shoulder.
Yeah. Well, I think we all, learned to transition with COVID, but as you start out that question, there's 14 different, facilities. And I know there's a lot more to do than just that across state for the Department of Livestock as well, but corrections has 23 probation offices. Any given time, we have about 5. Which is a good thing in corrections. We've closed facilities. We also have 13 contracted facilities across the state. So I work from Libby to Glendive, and so a lot of those employees, I manage employees out of Montana State Prison and Deer Lodge, so I don't see them every day. This is pre-COVID. This is pre. Kind of remote work, I guess we'd say fad right now. And I think that I had a management style, and I do have a management style that really worked well. I mean, really, I kind of set myself up with performance-based management, and that really helps with. It's nice to meet face to face, and I think we always should sometime meet face to face. But whether it's you're working for me and in my area from Deer Lodge, or we're locked down working remotely, I'm always involved with the hiring of my staff. And then the first thing with performance-based management is I'm always involved with training, always involved with making sure that the staff understand specifically the duties, broader part of the whole agency really to help. And then what we do is we set goals. We meet and we set goals, usually with newer staff, that's weekly. We kind of talk about long range. I always at least 6 months forecast out where we're going to go. I like to do about a year. And then when I talk about like audit schedules, it's such a process that I usually have about a year out there. But really kind of firm in what we want done every 6 months. And then when I work with staff, some staff, can really handle a lot more. And when we meet, we can find out that we can give a little bit more. Maybe the process with this person can be modified a little bit. It doesn't have to be face to face. It could be over Teams and Teams meetings. But usually it's at least weekly, if not bi-weekly. And then we can see areas that staff struggle, or something we need to pull some resources. Maybe it's a training issue. Maybe it isn't, we need to relook how we're doing it. I mean, it can lead into performance management of kind of the disciplinary side of things, but also the positive side. And so I'm always there with my staff, whether they're in Deer Lodge, because that's where they're stationed. If they're working remote, like we did for about 9 months, my office was remote for COVID for the most part. A lot of the work that we do is on site as a group. When we will do many different types of reviews of different types of facilities. We have what's called pre-release facilities, which there's one here in town. And they have contracts with the state. They're not state owned. My staff would do the review to make sure they're following the contract. Security audits. I wrote the department's 16-part security audit manual for prison facilities, and it's funded off of national accreditation standards, but with Montana statutes, laws, rules, stuff like that can be a little bit more difficult to do remotely. But we were able to modify because we work as a team so well, we stay in contact so well that even when we were working what we would call completely remotely and really access into a facility was the most restricted still in the state, we were still able to do a lot of positive monitoring and making sure that they were following the rules and policies and doing what they should to safeguard the staff, ultimately safeguard the public, but as well as the offender population, so they can do what they need to do to hopefully better themselves when they come out of the facility. So again, my style on that, it really is just my way that I manage staff, performance management, where I'm involved with them from day one. I'm involved making sure that they understand what the job duties are, and then I'm with them and I meet with them frequently to make sure that they're getting what they need done, and what they need help with, that's what I'm here to help them do. So I've done it remotely, like both because of COVID and because we have a large state entity and my staff across the state. So
Thank you.
All right, Greg?
Greg Witchman, I'm a sheep rep on the board on north of Lewistown. This position works with regulatory activities. Tell us about your experience working with regulatory actions. Please describe a time when you had to work with a constituent or customer who was upset regarding a decision or action that has been taken by the organization or a subordinate. Please detail how you worked through the situation and what was the outcome.
Okay, so really, my role for the state's third largest entity, which is corrections, is I'm the chief regulation officer, I'm the chief compliance officer, and whether it is, like I said, our internal controls or our budget side, I have staff that work through that. So regulations, I'm in charge with, monitoring bills, what effect they might have on the department, and then, any type of federal regulation or state regulation that affects corrections, I'm going to be involved in making sure we're doing that. Obviously, when you incarcerate people, it's what we call liberty interest. Some of the most regulated field that there is comes out of that. I manage a program, and I know it's always, it's very correction specific, but it is called PREA is the acronym. It stands for Prison Rape Elimination Act, and it's a federal statute that was passed in 2003. In the law enforcement world, in the public safety world, and corrections, we talk about it as equal as like Miranda, as much as it changed the work that we do in institutions and the way that we settle and work in this field. In that, what we had to do in every facility in the state of Montana that's run in the governor's chain of command, executive control, has to be compliant with PREA. And they've had to since about 2014. When I took over for PREA in late 2014, and we were due to have all of our facilities audited and in full compliance by 2016. And the state of Montana is pretty behind the curve. But what I did is I got my staff together, and the first thing that we did was get a person trained, because you had to be trained by the US DOJ. And at the time, there was only about 75 people in the entire nation trained in it. They're currently still only about 300. But luckily, in that first early 2015, we were able to get a person through that training so they could kind of be our state expert, although they couldn't certify. So it has to be somebody that's obviously not part of our chain of command. We spent that next part of 2015. I also write policies and procedures and administrative rules for the Department of Corrections. So that was our first thing, is to make sure that now that we had staff trained, understanding what the duties were, what the compliance was, what the federal regulations were, we were going to go ahead and write the best policies that we could. And then, obviously train and make staff ensure that they're following what they need to make our facilities compliant with this federal regulation. We were very behind the field, or the curve. And like I said, we had at this time about a year to get all of our facilities audited. Usually it's a 3-year cycle that they work on. So what we did is we took what we knew as best that we could. We had our new policies, our procedures, we had expert in the field trained, and we went to each facility and did what we call a full mock review. And we looked at every single policy, procedure, practice, how they do pat searches, unclosed searches, entrance procedures, all of that. And you did what we call the first round of kind of compliance. And really it was just to gauge where we were at each of our facilities. And there was a lot of work to still be done. So that next cycle, we had 7 facilities. We actually were able to do it again that year and get us prepared and ready to go for federal audits. And we scheduled all audits in 2016 at all 6 facilities. And we're one of 19 states at that time. We're actually the only one of 19 states that were fully compliant with all of our facilities. So that was kind of the high level of it. But when you have 20, sometimes 30-year correctional officers, and you need to come in and tell them that the way that you do a law enforcement pat search on somebody, we can't do it that way because of this federal regulation. We need you to address offenders in a different tone, or different ways of observation. That's the most difficult piece that you can kind of work through. And it took a lot of time on our side to actually come in and not just say, this is how you do it, and either you do it or we're going to fail and you're not going to be here. We actually took the time to get staff that are certified to train on all of these procedures. And so we not only were we doing the compliance, we're also doing the training and talking to staff why. And we would also do a full pre-review, because it's all scripted information from the federal government. Sounds like you're cheating, but you're not. We are able, the questions are publicly available. So we would talk to every staff member and say, this is, if you're pulled randomly and they want to talk to you, these are the questions they're going to ask you. And then we would kind of explain to them if they needed some help. But the most important part was it got to that level of trust and understood why we're making these changes. It wasn't just coming from me. It wasn't coming from Helena. It wasn't just even, it was something that every correctional facility in the United States is going to follow. And I mean, it took quite a commitment. And we have staff that, you know, really, it was difficult for a lot, but for most of them, as long as we were working with them and we'd listen to what they, you know, their objections, and then be able to have that content, that expertise, that knowledge, explain, you know, why we're changing it this way, and able to answer some of their questions about, is this going to limit our security? Because we never want to do that either. We've now just finished the third audit cycle. Now we're one of 5 states that's fully compliant, never failed the review. And I think it's a pretty good achievement on the part of the state. I'm happy for my staff that did it. They've been recognized by the governor's office several times. It's in a world where we're best not on the front page of the paper. It's nice to know that those rewards and that recognition in the background, you know, it took a lot of work and a lot of work with our staff to get there, but we were committed and did.
Okay. All right, Alan.
Alan Redfield, cattle representative from Paradise Valley. So please tell us about a time you had to work through a performance issue with an employee. How did you approach the issue with the individual? What methods or steps did you use, and what was the outcome of the situation? And in your past role, when you were new, how did you work with those who'd been with a work unit for a long time to establish trust?
Well, that performance, that's a good word to put in there. And when you do manage every one of your employees to begin with, from kind of performance-based management standpoint, I have those identifiable levels that each employee should be making. I understand it and they know it. It's not a surprise to them. They know what's expected, and the process is built into there to work through areas where maybe an employee is not getting their share, their part, their project done. You know, before we get to anything even informal, you know, we can still sit there and one-on-one, or even as the whole office come together and really brainstorm and talk about what we can do to improve it where to start. I want to say that I've been very lucky with the direct reports of mine, and I very rarely have had to have a lot of performance issues with people. I've had a lot of long-term employees that have promoted even beyond where I can place them inside of my office. But I have had a situation where, you know, we unfortunately had an employee that was relatively new, came in and really, as their role was to evaluate, you know, multi-million-dollar contracts. You know, about 17 different contracts, each one ranged from about $2 million to $4 million, and whole lot of components from, again, security practices to food service to nutritional information, to the budget and the way that they manage their staff. So a pretty broad overview of what these programs do. And of course, it's not just one person I send to do it. We have teams, and especially when there's somebody new, I go with them and you know, I help somebody out and talk through this, what's expected of you, and how can we help them write their report. And really they kind of watch me do it for a while, and some of my more senior staff. And I had an employee that seemed to be doing very well with me, you know, to where we kind of mapped out the next 6 months to a year of kind of a cycle to get facilities to try to do things, obviously in a fiscal year basis on the calendar. But and they would go off with other staff, and even they report back that very well. She led it very well. This person led it very well. And so then I would meet with them, you know, look, what we would do is then they would have kind of a draft report, and we'd go over the compliance. And if I had questions, you know, why did you find this non-compliant or this compliant? Well, when we meet, we'd find out that report wasn't drafted and there wasn't a lot of answers there. So, you know, I had to go back and say, you know, this is what we talked about. You know, you've been on site, but you know, let me help you through this, and another employee can help you too. And then when we meet in a week, or if you need something in between, of course I'm always here. But week goes by and there's been very little to no progress. And that's when I started saying, so, you know, you need, if you haven't, you're new, but if you need help, you got to come to me or somebody else. And other staff picked up that employee's part, and we moved on. Again, we went to another facility and the same thing happened, and the same, not asking for help, not totally being honest about what they were done. So then I do have to move to the formal disciplinary piece of, now we've got to put maybe a training performance plan in here, and you got to get there. And unfortunately, in that situation, that particular time, they did end up resigning and had some personal issues. And I think there's a lot of maybe mental health in there that was, unfortunately affected that person, and they did end up leaving and probably would have been terminated if it got there. But so yeah, performance with employees. Again, it's not necessarily a system I devise. Performance-based management is a pretty positive tool to use, especially when you need to use it for the negative disciplinary side. And rarely when I do, I think it's set up to kind of show how are we doing. And obviously the end outcome of someone's employment, someone's actions is obviously going to happen when you do kind of performance system like that. And how would I integrate with workers that have been around or staff that have kind of been around for quite some time? And like you said, that PREA piece, certainly staff that have been correctional officers, and this is how we've done it for 20 years, that would be kind of an obvious piece of that. But I can say one of the duties that I do, I don't delegate to my staff, is I actually license any private for-profit prison in the state. So we have one in Shelby. It's a 700-bed facility. It's the second largest facility in the state. And by a 1999 statute, any private for-profit prison has to be licensed by the state. And there's, I think there's 78 administrative rules that gauge what they have to be in full compliance with every year. We can't give them a license. Well, the first year that I took that over, they'd had a new warden. This warden was somebody being relatively new. This is about 10 years ago. And he was retired from the Federal Bureau of Prisons out of Florence, Colorado. Before that, he was a retired warden in the state of Pennsylvania, and he had worked for both the FBI and the US Marshals. So he's a pretty intimidating, kind of no nonsense guy. But I took my staff, and I do use other staff from around the state. They're not just my employees, but staff security experts from our prison, our facility in Deer Lodge, and maybe from our facilities in Billings. And this is the first time I'm leading. Most staff have been involved in this for years, providing their license. And I go in there to do the duty that I'm tasked with, and just to gauge by the facts if they're complying with the standards that they're supposed to comply with to operate in the state of Montana. And obviously not all rules are equal. There's a lot of things that we can fix quickly. I'm still going to document it. That's my duty. But there's other areas that they could easily be fined for by the state, and it can really move into losing their license. So picked a couple random days to see where their staffing was. And it sounded like at the time I got very lucky and picked 3 days where they missed their staffing, but upon further review, it was pretty endemic over the entire year. That's not a good thing. They have mandatory posts for a reason, and when those people aren't there, the safety of the whole institution, let alone Shelby and Greater Montana, is certainly in jeopardy. So that became an issue with the current staff, with the department that I work for, not the facility. They understood that there was an issue, but they were very surprised that I wanted to document it and make issue of it because, quote, as they would say, what are you going to do, shut them down? Of course we can, but it's not my role to determine, I'm here to report the accuracy, and that's a significant issue. So I think it was the first time that staff realized that this is going to be the way that, that I'm in charge of it, or we're not going to brush it on the rug, or, it's not that they wouldn't deal with it, but they would deal with it as quietly as they could. So I stuck to my reporting. It was about $85,000 worth of fines. And I went back, and luckily I worked for the deputy director of the department at that time, but both the deputy and the director were on board. They were very thankful that I did it. I had their support, which was great. Went back up there to the facility a few months later to just make sure that everything was fine as part of my duties. And this warden called me into his office. I was leaving, and I really was waiting for him to kind of try to intimidate me one last time. And he said, you know what, I just want you to know, like, you did the right thing. If I was doing what you're doing, I'd done exactly what you did. So keep doing it, and know that it's a tough job, but you did it right. So staff that were there with the department, a lot of them still come with me, and I think that they've seen that it's a different approach, but we don't have those conversations anymore of, are we going to report this or are we not going to report this, or are we going to handle it internally versus how we should? So I think I've been able to work with a lot of the staff that have been there for longer than I have, a little more set in their way in the line staff way, and it's been pretty effective.
Okay. Sue,
Sue Brown, Belgrade, Montana, dairy and egg.
Okay.
Please describe how you've been involved in budgetary and financial management issues in your most recent role. And how would you describe the level of authority you have to make decisions about revenues and expenditures? And how would you describe the financial performance of your current work unit?
Okay. Not a huge office. I think the operating budget, so the salaries and it cost me about 1.2 million was my budget. I also have, and I don't currently have one grant, but at the same time, we usually have pretty large federal grants as well. And we had for that Prison Rape Elimination Act, we did have a $450,000 grant and a $250,000 grant at the same time. And then another $500,000 grant for a separate program that paid for staff and really works operating money. Similar to general fund dollars, certainly a lot more reporting to the federal system with it. So within my budget, I have pretty broad authority to use it as I need to. It's hard to plan, especially there was no predecessor for my position. It was looked at as a need, so they created it, and I was the first one to get the job. Building the operational budget was a big thing. It's hard to judge how much we're going to need to. It's a big state. We travel, hotels in. Sometimes we take 10 people with us. So I have the full authority to spend that budget as needed, to move it around. There's a lot of other services that you have budgeted that I've certainly stayed within my means. I can tell you I meet with our budget analysts every 2 months, and they certainly say I've never gone over my budget, and they say I'm one of the, we'll call it a budget hawk. I stay there, but I do need done what we need to get done. I mean, that's the point. It's budgeted for a reason, but you got to stay within your means. I mean, that's kind of government budgeting, but what I also do is I manage the department's internal controls program. So we're the third largest agency. We now have about a little over $400 million biannual budget. And that is a budget that has a lot of, it's general fund, but there's a lot of regulations, a lot of rules, and a lot of state law that would tie to it that I think it's nearly impossible to manage. An example would be, while it is a legislative fiscal audit that would come in, I know we've got dinged as a department one time because we didn't follow the Weed Control Board Act, stuff like that. So there's a lot to internal controls. I wrote the department's internal controls policy, which is based off of the Montana Operations Manual 399. And when I took over, we had continual issues and every 2-year legislative fiscal audit in the department that we had. I don't have an accounting background, just more of a management background. And like I said, I did my research that I could, but I had good staff. And when we met and we kind of devised the system of how we were going to evaluate our resources, safeguard public goods, and make sure that there's no waste, fraud, abuse, and that policies and procedures are followed through a pretty vast system. So as far as the Department of Corrections is concerned, we review it. I used to do it at fiscal year end and have postponed that, or pushed it forward, I should say, to a calendar cycle, as fiscal year end is pretty busy for financial people and state government. We review pretty much the same level of legislative fiscal audit would do. And then what I also have is a list of every administrative rule and every law that affects the Department of Corrections in a spreadsheet. And we'll make sure that those are all in full compliance. So on kind of a a random number generator out of a spreadsheet. We test 10 of them a quarter, and it's not a full audit, but what we'll do is we'll talk to them. We have them all listed by the administrator or division, bureau chief, whatever, that would be responsible for it, up to the director, it could be. And then they need to make sure they can explain how we as a department comply with that. And since I've taken over that area, we have not had a internal control finding in any fiscal audit. We stayed within our budget, and it is certainly, I think, a skill that I didn't know going into the position that I have. And I have certainly learned that now, and in government across the board, internal controls is a very important, obviously it safeguards the public dollars, and that's something I'm pretty happy that I have a pretty good background in now.
Okay. Right.
Thanks. Next one.
Yeah, see you again.
Tell us about a time that you faced a critical decision, but didn't feel like you had the experience or knowledge to make an effective choice. Who did you reach out to for advice or more information? How did you weigh differing opinions, and what factors did you ultimately use to make a choice? And what was the outcome?
It's a good question. Internal controls, if I didn't talk about that, I may have used there. But I work it's what I like about my current role. A lot of times I get tasked with things that are new, and it might not be my area of expertise. But I think the skill that I bring to these is I can manage a project, whether as big as the state we have or the smallest. And I work well with my staff. We work great as a team. In 2017, there was a package of legislation in my area known as JRI, Justice Reinvestment, and it was 5 Senate bills and 1 House bill. And it greatly affected, obviously, the work that we do. And one of those laws required the Department of Corrections to endorse, and this is in the kind of treatment side of corrections, which again, I don't have a kind of mental health or any behavioral health background either. But this was to evaluate the programming that's offered by the state and to ensure that it's what they called, and this is all legislative language, and is evidence-based, it's provided with fidelity, and then we had to come up with a tool or an audit instrument that we could take to all of our facilities, whether contracted or Department of Corrections, and evaluate their program and score where they're at. So I did not have the expertise on that. I did have an employee that the duty that they had was to license juvenile facilities. And like I said, in my facility, my current world, when a facility closes, staff might get scared of that, but it's a positive thing, I guess. And we went in a few years from 8 juvenile detention facilities in Montana to 3. So this person was starting to get on that, do we need this FTE anymore? Although I certainly had a lot of work as a group that we could do. But I did know, just from meeting them, from my management style, from working with them for years as my employee, I knew what their background was, which was more of the behavioral health. And so I tasked this person with kind of being our lead in my office, because we were even by statute required to do this. And in my area, they named us in the statute, so it had to be there. And I did forget to say that at the beginning, when in the 5 bills, it came with 2 FTE and a couple $100,000. Well, they passed it and stripped the FTE and the money out. So I had to find the resources that I could.
Of course I did.
Yeah. And this employee of mine had the time and had the kind of the capacity to just kind of head it up for us. And so we kind of went on a project, and a lot of it was a grant that we couldn't, again, there was no general fund, but the group that we were working with kind of sponsored the legislation, actually had a grant that we could use. Although the grant and grants can be, I'm sure we've all used them, can be tricky and have a lot of tied to it. And for 18 months, so out of a 2-year biennium, when we need to report back grant, for 18 months, we couldn't touch that grant. What we did in that time was, task this person to go around and gauge what it is we're doing in the state currently, what programming is offered here and there, and I did get, oh, that'll be very easy. And I said, you'll find out that will not be easy. So We also started our contracts because we had to, what I said, endorse what was already created, a evidence-based tool. There's one in Canada and there's one out of the University of Cincinnati in Ohio. The most known one, and it's in the United States, we chose Ohio. So we had to come up with contracts to bring them there to train our staff and pay for the tool and all of that. But we only had about 6 months now because we couldn't use that contract. So we spent the time working with the staff in the field to try to gauge where we were, what we were doing, and then kind of start to talk with staff about some of the changes. Again, I don't have a mental health background or a behavioral health background. I've worked with people in this capacity to do, but I didn't know how committed and homegrown and people get into that business for a reason. They think they have the way to change. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. They're very committed to it. This is my thing. I've done this for 20 years. I'm not changing. And by law now we have to change. And so it became quite a project to kind of get where we needed to go. And by the time we were able to get staff trained, and my staff was, she became the state's lead in this and was the first to be trained in it. And I certainly was right alongside of it. I'm certified in it as well. We went out and started doing these reviews, and at a 100-point scale, whether it was an internal program or external program, state of Montana consistently scores between about 35 and 45 on it. Not very good. So changes had to be made, and you know, I had a lot of meetings in Helena, a lot of meetings. You know, how can we get so and so at this facility to change, and how can we do that? And it really became a very heated, very difficult back and forth. And we'd even go and do full reviews of their programs. And, you know, I had good staff that could give honest reports. They're 40-some page reports. They don't just say, you know, what you did wrong. It tells you what you did right. It tells you a roadmap of how we could improve something. But when somebody doesn't want to change their program to begin with, it is very difficult. So out of that whole legislative package, it was one of 2 areas that we were actually able to go back to the next legislature and say, here's what we've done. We've done it. We actually, even with COVID, because it was, sorry, we did about 40 of them in about 18 months. With the difficult staff though, I finally, we had a person that ran program at one of our largest facilities. I finally just went to his office one day and realized that he was a professional and he was going to do what he wanted to do. There's a great field and he was going to move on. But when I went and I talked to him, we realized that, you know, had we met with him first instead of high-level meetings in Helena and full reviews of the program, we could have he understood where I was coming from. He knew it wasn't me. He knew it was a new law. We had to comply with it. And unfortunately, he decided to not be part of it, but if we would have started at the level of just talking, and that's kind of the biggest regret that I had in that, is we didn't really start with just talking to them and who was in charge to begin with, instead of really working at the high level to implement it to everybody.
Hey. All right, Jake?
Just one more bit on that.
Okay, all right.
And then on the employee end, what I would say is actually ultimately I had to make a choice. You know, if you think of the example that I gave with how I license a prison, it's pretty straightforward. You know, this is what the law says is what we're going to do. And I kind of started drawing our policies and our procedures there, and my employee that heads it up kind of pulled me back and said, this isn't, it's behavioral health field. It isn't as hard of a yes or no. There's a lot of gray area. And through her training and how far she'd advanced, when I sat and I talked with her, and we realized there's a lot more in that field, and a lot more of her input went into how we do that process now. So
Thank you.
All right, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rush.
no,
that.
you're fine. There's a lot of parts to it. I
Yes,
wanna make
there
sure
is. Yes, there is. And we appreciate that you looked at it, because there's a reason we asked all of those questions, just to get the answer. So are you feel complete on that one then?
I think so.
Okay, all right, Jake.
All right, Jake Vettis, cattle producer from Manhattan.
Okay.
In the past, the branch division has struggled to effectively implement technology and utilize modern tools in delivering service to constituents and customers. In your current or most recent role, how have you led staff and stakeholders in implementing and adopting information technology? How have you worked through the change process with staff and stakeholders? What is your knowledge of hardware and software procurement and deployment?
Okay. You know, I would assume, and I don't know that, it's just that some of the work that we have with kind of more computer-based equipment, using more online and databases might be a little similar to livestock in such a broad field that, you know, getting some of that staff committed to those changes, understanding it might be a little bit difficult. When my first role with the department, I worked at our largest facility and kind of an administrative side. And at that time, this is it isn't that long ago, like 12 years ago, no one in the facility of 700 people outside of the, you know, the 15 in the administrative side actually even had internet or an email address. And everything was done by printing. They would print 18 reams of paper at night to put out all this information they needed for the next day. And that was a whole office's duty to do that. They had other duties that office did, but they were, being that it's a prison, it was kind of almost 24/7. So that was more what the second shift would do. In that process, there was 4 people, one retired, and then another one, unfortunately, had some health issues and very abruptly had to leave. So they're down from 4 people to 2 people, and one of them was very new. So I kind of made the statement that we were going to need to get all of the staff here. And they need to get them a little more modernized. We need to get them on a computer. They all have computers everywhere across the institution. There's computers. We don't need to print this and just hand distribute it. And all we got to do is upload this spreadsheet or put it in this SharePoint system, which they didn't have SharePoint then, but that system, and you can see it anywhere. And they said, yeah, that'd be great. But all of these officers will completely refuse because you had to get your CI numbers, we call them your access numbers. And we had and I had 2 weeks to make this project work. And I had staff responsible to hand those numbers out. Everybody had to come and get a number, and they didn't have access to email. So they literally had to come to the office to get the number. And I had a lot of grumbling with staff, you know, we're never going to do this. I'm never going to use a computer. And I think I was the only person in the facility that, one, knew they could do it, because once you get in, it's a pretty easy system and certainly there to help them they need to. And 2, that half the staff wouldn't basically mutiny because of it. They still, at that time, until not too recently, they still were the only division in the state of Montana that actually did hand time cards. That's relatively new there. So that's how averse to a computer they were. So that system, it saved the state. I mean, every day, 18 reams of paper, eight reams of paper, and 2 FTE to do it. When that went effective, when the 2 weeks came up, I had one officer that came and said, I'm still never going to do this. And I said, well, this has been decided, you know, you're gonna have to do this, or you're not going to get this information. And then whoever in your chain of command, they're going to have to deal with that. I never saw that officer again. I never had anybody ask me. And to this day, that's still how they do that process. So I don't think I was an expert in the IT field to implement that, or more of a project, but you know, that's kind of, until they had that push to get what they needed, I don't think they would have gotten there for quite some time. And now they probably have the opposite, where officers are on the computer too much. So a little bit more modern, we actually obviously track, you know, similar to livestock, we track people in systems, whether they're on probation, whether they're on parole in a facility, and it tracks medical, their criminal history, their personal history, photos, and we have our own homegrown system. It's in its 3rd version, although it's called OMIS 2, it's OMIS 3, Offender Management Information System. And some of the programs that I managed when they went live, as you'd say, or developed the new system, my programs were the first ones to come out. So at one point, I don't anymore. I randomly managed drug testing for the Department of Corrections, and that was, I won't get too far into that, but to get accurate, what we're trying to do is accurate data, because you can, you gotta have the same type of test, with same drug panel, and then staff have to input the same exact thing, or the data is just corrupted and it's no good. I worked with IT and kind of our liaisons a long time to build this system. You know, I didn't build the programming part of it, although I have taken a few Java classes. I did take some programming in college. I'm not a programmer, but enough to speak the language with them, and especially with some of their staff at the time, they're really great, and they still do, but really, really good staff that they're called business analysts to kind of go between. And we built the drug testing module that could capture exactly what we needed. And it's a very logical process that you talk with people that IT mind, that they can really get out there. You know, what happens if the test is corrupt, is messed up, which happens. System couldn't really track that. It would track it as a negative, and a lot went into how we could fix that. So I worked with them, and I was once it went out into what's called beta and the test phase, I'm a tester for it too. So I'll go out and test for and their new software, because I'll go test, make sure it's all working, give them feedback, what could be improved, and then error messages, you know, kind of try to break it, really is what your goal is make sure. So when it goes out to everybody, it's our working product we need. So I've done that with a few modules in our system. That data that we needed is much more improved now. And then I manage, and I haven't got a whole lot into kind of the criminal investigative side of assaults and sexual assaults inside of a prison. I have staff that they're responsible for that. And we devised the investigative process based off an FBI investigation portfolio, and trained all the staff in the field about all of that. Well, that needed to all be digital as well. So we built a SharePoint system where all the way to 2017, we couldn't get legacy data, but every piece of information from an investigation that we've done from 2017 is in there. And we do that so you can stack investigations. You know, 3 misdemeanor assaults, sexual assaults will be a felony. So if we have someone that, you know, we keep data on it, and it's a whole case number file. All of the evidence is in there, whether it's cameras, whether it's these staff incident reports, clothing, if it's a sexual assault, like I said, or if it's a physical assault, pictures of the bruises, sexual assault examination kits, all of that. Me and my staff built that system to hold all that information, and it's still the system that we use today. So it's in a SharePoint system. That's what the state supports. Again, I'm not an IT expert. SharePoint isn't perfect. We've reached our data capacities on it a few times. We have to stop it, start a new one, but we're able to keep that legacy data. So.
Hey. All right, so what have we not asked about that you would really like us to know about our experience?
All right. Well, I think it ties well to that first question you asked, just generally what do you find interested in it. I really do. I mean, I have that kind of public safety background. I'm not post certified. If I was post certified, it would be public safety certified. There's 2 different law enforcement, public safety. You don't have arrest authority with public safety post, but I mean, I train with post. It's something that I could have done. It's just hard for me to get out of the office for 3 weeks or a month to do it. There's not a lot of benefit in that. But, you know, whether it is investigations in PREA, which is sexual assaults, or I train staff in crime scene investigation and preservation of evidence and control of that. And then, you know, a lot more kind of in that law enforcement field. When I have, like I said, I wrote the 16-piece Montana Department of Corrections security audit instrument. It's based off of a kind of a 2-week training I did through the National Institute of Corrections. And I don't know if you've heard of the Attica riot before, but after the Attica riot, the federal government kind of got involved and said there's a lot in the 60s and before, very violent places, not that they're not now, but they needed to come up with some sort of federal guidelines that can be used by states to help improve and stop escapes, stop assaults. And so I wrote that. It's based off, like I said, National Institute of Corrections, but we have to come back and I institute Montana statute statutes, rules, policies, procedures into that. And it's a pretty high level public safety law enforcement tool that we use at all of our facilities. And it's been, certainly we've had very little incidents, and I like to think that that has been a piece that helps. It has been something that has been kind of mimicked, and I work with other states to use, and it's kind of a higher level of that. I see that, the compliance side of this, and I don't know. I think that I've done compliance over financial compliance to our public properties, internal controls, to, evaluating possible legislation, reading bills that could affect the department. And I really think that part of this is kind of the law enforcement side. Part of this is the compliance side, and, from writing policies to leading compliance teams to the kind of the public safety background. I really feel like it's something that I know my background fits really well into. And it's something that, like I said at the beginning, I think as a lifelong Montanan, it's just a great job, and it's something that I'd like to be part of. I mean, livestock, agriculture, and it's a huge part of the state. I'd like to do everything I could to help improve that, help secure people's livestock, help secure people's brands. Then also, make sure that we have the best products coming out and improve this for the state, because it is something that I don't know. I don't see it as prevalent as when I was younger, and it's something we need to, I'm sure everybody to hear that it's your world, and I like to think that the young generations continue to know how important it is to us here in Montana. So.
Okay.
I think I got it there.
So are there any questions you have for us?
Yeah. I'm curious what the really what you see as the board chair or the executive. What's the biggest challenges out of the gate that you'd like to see done with this division, and maybe there's not any obstacles, and what could be improved that you see that you'd like to see happen from whoever is lucky enough to get the position.
Well, I'm gonna give that to Mike, because he's more the day-to-day as far as what could be improved. I guess from the outside looking in, and we come here every couple months. One of the big obstacles we had was re-record, and we got through that. So, and the other obstacle we're gonna have is we've changed some rules in the brand division, and we're gonna probably have some test runs on how we implement these new rules, but maybe on that.
Yeah, I think well, probably some of the biggest challenges for the next person in this role is sort of a continuation of modernization of the work in the division. So we're overhauling our current software system. We're enhancing capabilities, moving to more digital services, and for some that have used some digital services actually work when you need them to work, or those types of challenges. And of course we have a big change management curve that has to happen both internally and externally. But the day is going to come where the majority of our constituents are going to want to be able to deal with our processes digitally, get their permits, their movement, those things electronically, as opposed to the old paper copies that we use now. And so there's a big change management that needs to happen there. I would say another challenge for the person that comes in this role is we're continually trying to improve consistency of processes, compliance. We have investigators in 18 or 19 different districts across the state. We have 13 different market locations where we're doing sales, and they operate largely independent of each other. But make sure there's good standard operating procedures, that things are happening consistently across the board and are being dealt with consistently in every area of the state, so that producers are being treated equally across the state, markets are being treated equally across the state. So that's been a big challenge. I think we do have this division has a little bit of a more experienced staff, so there's going to be some natural turnovers. There'll be a lot of hiring what I would see as the next generation of folks who will serve in a lot of roles in the department. But those are some of the big challenges I see from my seat for the next person that fills this role.
These are the rules. I write rules for the Department of Corrections, so quite a process. But okay. Out of curiosity, there's a lot, a broad field. Would you expect this position to travel a lot, or is it a lot here now?
I would say that there's a lot of presence that's happening here in Helena, and it's basically time-based. So during session, obviously, we're sort of locked down with what's happening across the street and having to respond and react to what's going on there. At first, I think there will be an expectation for the person that fills this role to get out and travel, because as I said, we're spread out in all of those different locations. So, there's a lot of staff to get out there and meet, a lot of constituents to get out there and meet. And so, there is a fair amount of travel. I'd put it, pretty low once you get, the relationships and those things in place. When I say low, I'm saying less than 20%. So I have to qualify that, because for me, we do have positions in this department where those folks are expected to travel 75% to 100%. So I consider that high travel. So low for me is 20% or less. But I do think with a new person stepping into the role that there certainly needs to be some travel to get out and meet both employees of the department and establish those relationships, but also getting out to different organizational meetings, those things, and establishing that rapport with our stakeholders and our constituents.
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna be my con. Ranchers, farmers they just do business with people. And so the people that they deal with a lot are the brand inspectors, which would be under your purview of direction. And so we like to know who we're doing business with and to feel a comfort level with them. So that part of it, along with what Mike said, I think you would be expected to try and attend some trade organizations and get out and meet the staff out there, so that they have a comfort level with you. And because I'd say we all just kind of expect to be able to put a face to a name.
And I should point out, and out-of-state travel is very limited. That's not, I don't know how much you would or would not have done that in the role you have at corrections. For example, some of our staff were at a livestock law enforcement conference in Texas today, but that's an annual event. And there's a Western States annual event that happens for states sort of in our area that deal with brands enforcement, livestock law enforcement. So, there might be one or two out-of-state travel obligations in a year, but it's not like it is in some positions where, you might have, 6 or 7 of those in a year that you have to go to.
Well, I just think it's important. It's similar to, I was talking about, I'm from Libby to Glendive. I can't be on the road all the time, but I think it's important to meet those people, especially if you're new. But when you see somebody face to face, it just helps. Unless you see somebody over a screen is good, but I think it's good to get out when you can. So I think one thing that I did want to add, if I can, that I didn't, I talk a lot about corrections. It's not, I think I can get pigeonholed to just no corrections. There's a lot to corrections. We have our own banking systems, software systems, all that. But one thing specifically that I did want to touch on is that we do have Montana Correctional Enterprises, which is a dairy farm, and it is 18 head of cattle, and a lot of rules about how being a correctional facility, we can sell that milk, we can sell cattle, and I do oversee that as well. And it's a 38,000 acre working ranch, so a lot of work on that too. But.
Okay, good. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Well, have a good rest of your day. Thank you. You too.
Yeah, you too.
Nice meeting.
You as well.
So do we need a break, or do you want to?
Well, I think
I need to do some addition.
I think people need some time to go back through their notes.
Right.
The other thing we have to do is we're getting ready to go down into executive session. Somebody has to make that motion and get that done, and then we can and then come back when we get done. with
Take
this
about a
next part.
5-minute recess, do our addition and then go into
Or if you
executive
just want to
session.
go into executive session now and you can go take a bio break or do what you need to do, a phone break or something.
That's all right.
I make a motion, we move into executive session.
All right, do I have a second?
Sec-
All right. Motion by
Alan
Greg and
seconded.
second by Alan to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the personal nature of the candidates that we just interviewed. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. We're in executive session, so now
That again.
we're
Sorry.
coming out of executive session into regular session.
Yep, up and running now. I was a
All
little
right.
late on the draw.
So we're cool. We're
Yep, we're ready to go.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I move that we authorize Mike to offer employment to a selected candidate for the grant position.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. All right, now we're gonna get on to the regular agenda, so let's see if we can get through, we will get through it, and I think we can,
And we only have 7 hours worth of business items. No, I'm just kidding. No, we should be able to move through this relatively quickly. The first thing I'll say is, and for folks that are maybe listening outside the organization is, we did try to pare this agenda down so that we were just dealing with the things that really needed to have a decision here in July. I'm presuming we'll schedule a meeting in August that we'll get back to sort of regular business, but these are things we need. We're going to concentrate this afternoon on things we need decisions from the board on to move forward. So the first is requesting to hire open positions. You'll see that I grouped them all together, and I'll just talk about all of them at one time. The District 16 investigator, that is the Chinook based, those 3 counties, Hill, Blaine, Phillips County District Investigator position, which became available last month. We did post it so that we're already collecting applicants, but we need approval from the board to do the hiring process. The District 5 investigator, which is Toole, Ponderay, and Liberty County. I have posted that and posted Shelby as the primary or sort of preferred location for that person to be located within that district. That opened up. Mike Hayes retired on July 1st from the department. I do want to give a shout out to Mike for retiring on July 1st and not June 30th. He was very helpful to us in that, so he should get some credit for that. Because of the financial implications, but that position is posted, but we need approval to hire. We have 2 openings in the Billings market. You know, that staff goes across both BLS and pays. If you remember, we had an assistant supervisor position open, an internal candidate got that, and we had a candidate that separated from us since our last board meeting, so that's why there's 2 openings there. And then last but not least, there are still 3 openings or 3 new openings in meat and poultry. We've actually filled some of our meat and poultry positions, but we had our Great Falls position vacate. We're opening back up the Billings Forsyth position, which had been vacant for a while because we thought Cowboy Meats was imminently going federal, but we're still trying to cover that territory. We just feel like we need to put somebody there. And then Marty, help me out with the 3rd location. You remember?
So when is this Plains Superior? Because of
Yes,
a- I think
Plains
that's what you
Superior,
mentioned.
that's right. So we had a
Resignation.
vacancy there. Those are the 3 meat inspector openings. They are posted so that we're gathering candidates as the other positions are, but we do need permission from the board to actually move forward the hiring process. That's our request on hiring open positions, Mr. Chair.
okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
okay, I move that we go ahead and give the various, or Mike, permission to go ahead and hire
okay,
for these positions.
okay.
Second.
Second, all right, we have a motion by Dinah and second by Jake Sue, did you have a comment or? were you gonna skip
No,
it?
I was gonna move, so we're good.
Okay, all right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. Okay, so,
All right, next big group of agenda items. We just, like I said, we didn't go by division, we grouped them by topic this time. So I had a group of out-of-state travel requests and purchases. So on the out-of-state travel request, we have a request on the USHA annual meeting. If you remember at the last meeting, we talked about that we typically send 3 people there. But as we were talking about it, we talked about that a third person is yet to be hired. And when the motion was made specifically to send the 2 vets. And so when we get the third person hired, we realized Donna, I want to give Donna Wilhelm credit, why she goes back through the minutes so meticulously. She called it to my attention that, hey, the board moved to only send 2, but the travel request said 3. And so technically, we only have authority for, or permission for 2 to go, but we would like to send 3 once we get our vet positions filled out. Hopefully they'll be filled before this trip. So we do have to go back and revisit that. And then the other travel request, and I'll stop there for a second, is the veterinary diagnostic lab. They have the National Animal Health Lab Network Quality Management System training that we need to send an employee to, maintaining our lab accreditation, maintaining our connection to NOM. As you know, that's one of our sources of funding for the lab, is through the National Animal Health Lab Network and maintaining our connection there.
and that's one,
That's one person, yes.
okay, so, Nina,
Okay, at this point, we have 2 vets.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel confident that we will have the other 2 vet positions hired by the time this travel will come into play?
I'll look at the people who have been interviewing this week, see how confident they feel.
I think we'll have at least one, but,
Probably one.
but even if we don't, we obviously won't, then we won't spend the money and we won't send another veterinarian there. So
So if you don't send another veterinarian, that's one of you?
no,
Because the
no,
new
it
person
wouldn't be
should
3,
go.
it would be 3.
be 2, both of them would still go.
So you would leave the new guy on the block here?
No, they would go also if they are on board.
No, wait a
The
second.
4th one would be, yeah,
If-
somebody. would be-
Okay, but who's gonna be home minding the shop?
The phone, so Dr. Szymanski discussed about, so for the board, Marty Zaluski, state veterinarian. So the question was asked last, I think, meeting, and I guess Ms. Bacchus, you were out, but basically Dr. Szymanski talked about the fact that we're accessible by email, by phone. We purposely scatter or stagger flights to make sure that none of us are, that staff can access us for issues. And aside from that, I mean, remote work and travel while away is just a way of life.
And you're not all gone on the same days during the conference either. The
There's
conference is
overlap,
over.
but correct.
Yeah,
Usually
but-
my period is a little bit, my trip is a little bit longer, and then Dr. Szymanski is overlaps and et cetera.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, so-
we did have some issues with that once before. And the state has obviously had some serious animal health issues in the last less than a year, actually. We just need to make sure that we're covered.
Yeah, and we did discuss that before the motion last meeting. You were asked that question. Unfortunately, yeah. So I would entertain a motion to add one travel request to the animal health and then separate travel request from diagnostic lab. But we combine them into one motion, one for animal health and one for diagnostic lab.
So moved.
All right, we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? None, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay.
The purchase is the trick tags. This is an annual purchase. I'm looking back at Dr. Zaluski and Dr. Szymanski. But because it's over 5,000, it's over the board's policy and procedure threshold. That's why we keep bringing it back every year when it comes time to make this purchase.
Okay, I entertain a motion to,
I move we purchase the trick tags.
all right.
Second,
All right,
Sue.
motion by Alan, second by Sue, to purchase the trick tags for 2022-23 series, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign, motion carried. All right,
All right.
now we're gonna get.
Yeah, maybe a little more complicated. Administrative rules, we have two that went out from the last meeting that have come back for adoption. But we'll start with the Animal Health Bureau, brucellosis administrative rule. I'll talk about process a little bit before I let Dr. Schmansky or Dr. Zaluski explain what they're trying to do. One of the reasons this is a important item is, you remember we've talked about the piece of legislation that passed last session that puts a moratorium on adopting new rules in the last quarter of the year before a legislative session. Well, next week is the last week
Oh, no.
to get a rule published and get it through the comment period and get to adoption before that runs out. There is a timing aspect here. They can speak to it. As you know, you all know at this point when our DSA testing occurs. So if we're going to give any relief to our DSA producers, if, we need to do it now, or else they won't get the benefit of it until next fall. So I'm talking about the process here, and Mr. Chair is saying there's two options here for the board. I just want to warn you about that, which sometimes we haven't met in September, October, depending upon how fall run is shaping up or when it's happening, because all of you are busy. Not as much us, it's more about you. So the board could choose today to ask us to publish the rule and go ahead and adopt it at the end of the 60-day period, provided there's no substantive, negative public comment. But if we don't have that approval for adoption, I will warn you that because of the timing of having to get it adopted for October 1st, even if we don't have a September board meeting, you'll be having about a 30-minute conference call on this topic to adopt it. So that's why I was going to put that out there. The board has that choice if you agree with even moving it forward to say, yes, publish and adopt, provided you don't get any major negative feedback on it. But if you just choose to publish it somewhere around the end of September, whether we have a board meeting or not, we'll be pulling you together to do the adoption. Otherwise, we'll miss the deadline. And then this rule will, actually, it'll just die because you have a 6-month window of rules, but by the time the rule adoption window will open back up during session, that 6 months will have expired. So it's kind of complicated, but I just want to let you know that's why this could not be put off to next month. We had to discuss it today.
So Dr. Smith here, whoever wants to kind of give us the skinny on the thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tani Schmansky, Animal Health Bureau. One of the reasons that I guess, in addition to not wanting to wait a full year, is since we're about to put a new brucellosis program veterinarian in, we think it was nice and clean to kind of start fresh with this new process that we're proposing. So currently, administrative rule requires that for any variances to DSA regulations, a producer has to have a signed management agreement with our office. And there are now about 450 producers in the DSA, whereas when we started, there was around 150. So we're at 3 times the number. And a lot of those management agreements, we give the same variances over and over and over again. And so for some of these, what we call relatively straightforward variances, we would like to go ahead and just put those into rule and say that if you're following the regulations, these variances are available to you. So those are things like going into the DSA after the risk period. There's no reason for us to have concern about those animals. So we can go ahead and just waive the test on those animals. And then for some of the more nuanced waivers that we might provide, those would be the ones that we would still require management agreements for. And that takes trying to keep management agreements for 450 producers current down to a much smaller subset that's more manageable. And I think it'll streamline it for our producers as well, who are, for many of them, 12 years into this program.
Basically, you're saying that I'm hearing that you probably have never denied a request for the proposed rule change that you're proposing.
Correct, correct, yeah.
All right. So.
I
we have a
like it.
motion to accept, now, your Mike say that if we move to propose the rule change and adopt it, if there's no
Substantial
substantial
comments.
comments, we can do that all in one motion, or if you want to just put it out for comments and come back and adopt it, if there aren't any comments, that's, we're probably gonna have one more meeting here this summer because of our limited amount of material on this agenda today, where we have a fair number of things that we need to probably look at in one more meeting before October. So
Yeah, just saying this will not, I think I looked at a calendar earlier that Dr. Zaluski was showing me that if this gets posted next Tuesday, and we still got to go through a process with the governor's office, but I've already warned them it's coming, so they know it's coming if the board approves it. If this gets published next week, it'll be, the period will end about September 24th. So that'd be the earliest that we'd be able to adopt it, somewhere in there.
So I guess I would request
okay?
that the motion includes adopting this rule along, put it out for comment and adopt it if there is no
No significant.
substantial comments contrary.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right.
Somebody ready to
Repeat that. Yeah, repeat.
Good luck, Donna.
Who moved and who seconded for Donna?
Greg moved.
Greg,
And I don't know that Jake seconded, all right? So do you want me to repeat the motion, Greg, or do you want to?
Move, we put this out for the comment period, and if no significant negative comments come back, we automatically approve it.
Okay, all right. Comments,
Question,
discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Tawny, I guess I'm a little confused. You're talking about testing within the DSA. And that a test within 30 days prior to movement out of the DSA. And that the test has to be completed July 16th. Okay, so I'm a little lost. In the time frame, the DSA includes people's ranches as well as grazing areas.
these are,
Okay, they can't go on to the grazing areas till the 1st of June. So are they coming off the grazing areas by the 30th of June? And you have to then run them through and draw blood on them and test them by the 16th of July. It's kind of how I'm reading through it, which means I'm probably not reading it correctly.
Mr. Chair, Mrs.
Right.
Bacchus, correct. So there is,
Correct, which
correct, you're reading it incorrectly. Yeah, I don't want to say that now. So what we know is that we know how brucellosis is transmitted. And so there's a risk period in the spring where elk are capable of aborting or delivering, calves on the landscape that may transmit. Once that window is
Or bison.
over, what's that?
Or bison.
Or bison on the landscape. Once that period is over, then cattle aren't going to be exposed to the disease. So if cattle are tested after July 16th, we know that we're beyond that risk period. There's no reason to test an animal that goes in after July 16th because they're not going in to be exposed.
goes in.
Goes in.
Okay.
So as it stands now, if they go in after the 16th, they, if they test after the 16th, then we know that we're far enough beyond that risk period that they're not going to pick it up again. So we let them have that test be good for an extended period of time. I'm not doing the most justice to this
Okay,
explanation.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. Okay. It's my understanding that bison have technically dropped their calves in the spring, but they do dribble calves out along through the summer. And with the proposed ruling of Forest Service that the bison can go anywhere they want, are we boxing ourselves in if bison come on to the Forest Service where there's a grazing lease and they have a calf or 2 or 3 and you have cows in there grazing at the same time?
I can start, but you might want to just go ahead.
Well, I was, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do that. So, Ms. Bacchus, so I mean, you have a good point. I think what we've been told by Yellowstone National Park, that they have red calves every single month of the year.
Correct.
Likewise, elk are seasonal calvers and seasonal breeders, but they also will calve off season. I'm sure, right? It's just that the likelihood of those calves they don't survive, right? What we're looking to do is not eliminate or not make the risk zero. What we're trying to do is address the preponderance of risk, recognizing that we don't live in a zero risk society and that we do everything as we can that's reasonable to mitigate it and to build confidence in partners. And so far, it has been successful. What I've told people is if you're looking for a zero risk cattle, then you'll never leave your own ranch, and you'll have a buffer of a quarter mile around your fences, so that we tolerate a certain amount of risk when we participate in commerce, and we believe that by establishing those deadlines when we do those times when we address 99% or greater of the risk of those from that wildlife.
I just hope that we keep in mind that the Forest Service may not be as friendly along these lines as we would hope, and I don't want us to get boxed in.
Well, and I guess we hope that everyone's perception is enough, foresight isn't, I shouldn't say perception, foresight is enough to, if we see this issue looking like down next year or the year after, or 3 years down the road, that all of a sudden it's going to become an issue, then a proposed rule change would probably be in order to go back. But right now they're granting so many variances, and it's a burden on this department and the ranchers that are trying to get it, so.
And if we weren't granting those variances, the way I would have said what they said, being a non-veterinarian, is I would ask a group of ranchers sitting at this table, is making someone, particularly if you're looking at item F about the low risk period, for someone who's only utilizing the DSA during the low risk period, based on what Dr. Zalewski said, is making that person send several hundred animals through a test worth eliminating 0.1% risk. So you, as Dr. Zalewski talked about weighing risk, you weigh risk against what you're asking the producer to do. And if you're not mitigating much risk, why put the producer through that cost and that trouble? If the risk is that, if it's that minuscule, because the risk would be some elk calving way off cycle, right? And that cow actually,
Or bison
actually coming into contact with that elk during that time period. So you're talking about a very minuscule risk.
Correct. And Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, even with the ruling, if bison are allowed expanded tolerance, we're still obligated to maintain separation between wild bison and domestic livestock.
Yeah. So, okay, any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh, same sign. Okay, so now.
Yeah, and the next two I'll speak to are the adoptions. So 2 months ago, the last time we met, we had the camelid rules that came forward from, I guess, what we would call the industry, the camelid industry in the state of Montana, that had asked for rule changes that the board agreed to publish and put out. We've received no substantive comment either way on those rules, and so we're asking for now adoption, official adoption of that rule. And then the second, I'll put them both together. The second adoption is Dr. Judah went through his cost analysis, financial outlay for the lab. So, that we do ever so often to adjust the lab fees and also to add fees for new tests that they're offering. to make sure that that administrative rule with the list of lab tests are up to date. I'm looking at this group back here. Today up for adoption, no substantive public comment about those new fees that we're assessing or the new tests that we're adding. So we're asking for adoption of those. I did see that Dr. Judah is on. If you want to see his face, someone make a motion not to adopt this rule. I'm sure he'll jump on. Well, he's already jumping on. Okay.
There he is.
I want to vote against the one. I don't want to go. I want to vote against the
Well,
one.
Dr. Judah, do you have something you'd like to comment on?
Yeah, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? No, I don't really have anything to add to what Mike stated, but I can tell you that the comment period does end tomorrow on that. And we have not received any feedback from the public to date. So just so you're aware of that.
So are we? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to accept the proposed changes in fees and what the other.
Change the
Oh, and
Camelot
Camelot
administrative
rule.
rule.
Okay, is there a second?
Second,
All right, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so I believe that the motion is, or probably should be, that we request to be able to adopt the rule if no substantive comments come in
Before,
before that
Yeah.
close the comment period,
yes.
that we can't address, through administrative process. So I would just, I don't
And
want
there's
to be.
only one day left.
It's, I believe it closes
Okay.
tomorrow.
So.
You want me to say it all? I move that we adopt these changes to the Camelot rule, provided that there's no public opinion before tomorrow or as of tomorrow, and also adopt the ARM to add new test fee schedule.
You want to say contrary or something, or just public opinion?
No comments to the, negative comments
comments.
concerning that
All right,
rule. And also to adopt the ARM to add a new fee schedule to this new test.
and that with the same caveat, because they're both.
Yeah, they've got one day
Yeah.
left. You never know what tomorrow might bring. Somebody
Okay.
might put a comment in.
All right, and we had a second,
that was me.
okay,
I want to split them. I want to vote against one and not the other.
Oh,
I'm serious.
I'm
right.
not-
okay.
You're gonna not do tuberculosis on some, I'm gonna vote against it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess we have a motion, should have jumped in sooner. We have a motion to accept both.
no, I'd like to withdraw my motions.
Okay,
The second.
so the second,
I withdraw my second.
okay. All right, so,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we adopt the changes to the Camelot administrative rule, provided that there is no negative public comment tomorrow.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second discussion.
By grade. By grade for Donna.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Greg, second by Greg. We have discussion. Jake,
This is probably for you guys. Were we removing that requirement because they
Don't get it.
contract easily or ever, or what was the?
Correct.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fettis, Tom Szymanski again. Yeah, so primarily because, one, we don't have a lot of historical data showing them contracting it in the United States. And then two, for actually several camelid species, we don't have tests that are actually validated for tuberculosis. So we had an instance a couple years ago where we had a camel that was trying to travel to Utah that was tested, and we had a non-negative result on that animal. And then consulting with zoo veterinarians all over the United States, we found out that it's not a validated test in that species. And so the value of it there's very little value in the actual testing process for those species. So non-species that get a lot of tuberculosis at a substantial rate in the United States, not program animals. So USDA doesn't have any regulations pertaining to tuberculosis in camelids, and then non-validated tests.
So you said tuberculosis, what about brucellosis?
I believe that the brucellosis test in camelids is probably slightly better than the tuberculosis test in camelids. But also very low rate of brucellosis in that species. And it's actually melentensis that we're worried about, which is considered a foreign disease here in the United States, not abortus in camelids.
Okay, other discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Okay,
Make sure all the negative camel producer mail.
all right. So now we need a motion to adopt the diagnostic fee schedule. Diagnostic lab fee schedule.
Mr.
after
Chairman.
comment.
I move that we adopt to add a new test and amend the published fee schedule, providing there are no negative public comments by 7/22.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
All right, second by Nina. Any comments? Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. All right. He knows the chair. Knows the drill.
Very unorganized up here.
All of us? Kidding.
Brucellosis, camel. Lab.
Mine
Just a minute to put it here.
There's lab fees. And then mine has two others.
Brucellosis and camel.
What tab are you on?
Well, I'm on the same tab you guys are on.
Well, except I didn't open my.
I've got 32, 22,
What,
3
I mean, what yellow tab in your little folder here?
white.
Are we supposed to, what are we supposed to be on?
White.
Behind the white one or in front of it?
Yeah, for finance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind, or
Yeah, 5.
Yeah. probably
it's behind the white one, and there's,
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'll just explain real quick. You're looking at the rules. So 33, 22, 328 was the camelid rule that we just talked about.
then,
And 32, 325 is also, it's in the same package. It's another camelid rule. We had to make a change in both of those, put it out for comment for both of those. And then 32, 22, 329 is the, or that's the MAR notice, excuse me, but the rule ARM 32, 2403 diagnostic fees, that was that one. And yeah, and then it's just a continuation of the next page. It doesn't, it's kind of hard to see how this carries over from one page to the other, but it looks like there's more than one rule there, but it's
Yes.
because one, yeah,
okay,
all that in the Secretary of State stuff doesn't fit on one page the way it should fit on one page, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
thank you.
Yes, I see what you're confused by now, because it confused me for 5 seconds. I'm like, what? It does look like we have 4 rules here, but no, we don't.
All right. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Simonson, Chief Financial Officer, Deputy Executive Officer for the Department of Livestock. I got a couple things I'd like to go over before we jump into tab 5, page 1. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that this is the time of the year that we're about to close out fiscal year, and which means a lot of work for the business office. So, you know, kudos to my team, Evan and the business office for jumping through hoops and getting that stuff done. Evan's reported he's ahead of schedule as far as submitting his BCD, so that's a good sign. But the official close is going to be next Monday.
BCD.
Budget change.
Thank you, Greg.
When we get to the budget, we'll see all those changes.
Oh, the
on there.
acronyms, that's what we're.
Yeah, budget change. Okay. And then just a little update on the 2023 session, you know, the budget calendar. Since the last time we met, the end of June, I did submit $2.18 million lab inflation adjustment that will go into the next session. That was directed to us, and those numbers came out of LPW's, the designers framework. So that's the 2.1 is what is the MBVL side of that inflation. What ag and the wool lab do, I don't know those numbers. So, but that went through. We submitted our House Bill 10, $1 million Board of Livestock approved request, 1 July. 12 July, the snapshot was taken. That also included our plus ups to the meat and poultry inspection that we got a little help from, or a promise of some help from OBPP for next year to make that work. So that's a good thing. And then next month we'll start, IBARs will open and we'll start actually submitting for the budget, for the operational budget piece of it in August. Okay, then that's all I got there. And we can go to the only thing I need to vote on today is the predatory control allocations that go out to Wildlife Services and the 3 counties that do not participate in aerial hunting through Wildlife Services. So you can see there, Carter County, Powder River, and Richland have elected not to participate in that operation. So what we do is we figure out how much they paid in per capita fee, what percentage of that it is to the total, which is 8.07%. That's what that number is. We take 8.7% of 425, which is 34,298, and we're gonna divide that out between those 3 counties on the percentage that they paid in total of their amounts, which is at the bottom of the page. What we pay Wildlife Services, we start out with that 425. We subtract out helicopter insurance first, which is 19,000. Then we subtract out 34,000 to the counties, and we'll make a contract here shortly. We'll update. We already have a contract. We'll update a contract with Wildlife Services for $371,309 for FY23.
So how's that compared to last year?
It's a little bit higher. I think it was like 360 something last year. And I think that has to do with less money we had a little bit less money in insurance. Insurance went down a couple $1,000. And I think the counties paid a little bit less in than they did last time too. So they got a little less money than the last time.
Mr. Chairman. So we have another helicopter.
Mhm. I asked that same question.
How come insurance went down and not up?
Yeah, I was like, what? And it's because the insurance is allocated as a fixed cost over the session, over the biennium. So we're going to be in last biennium, or the new helicopter, anything that takes place now will take 2 years, maybe even 3 years before it actually hits on the premium. So when we get rid of a helicopter, it'll take 2 more years for us to clear that amount of premium that we're paying. So there's a 2 to 3 year lag in premiums. I called them up, like, because I called them, I said, what's my premium? And they said 19,000. I said, I got 3 helicopters, not 2 helicopters.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh no, that's how it works. I'm like, okay.
Well, then do we pay for the fixed wings too?
We're only
Or the
paying for
fixed-
our 3 helicopters.
Okay, so the fixed wings belong to Wildlife Services
Or
Okay.
they're contracted.
or their
They're not
contract.
us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Chair, I do need a vote to pay those 3 counties the amounts listed there, and Wildlife Services.
Can we make that all in one motion? All right.
Before we do, I have a question for you. You were supposed to look into how they were spending the money and whether they were spending it on predator control. Did you ever get that done? That was something, a little project we gave you a year ago.
I mean, we get an annual bill from them, and basically what's on it is maintenance, flight hours.
No, the counties, I think, like the counties.
No, and I think the reason for that is that we kind of elected not to.
Well, the counties
administer
provide
their
a
money.
report. The
Yeah.
counties provide a report back to us of what they do with the funds, but
Every year.
yeah, they're required to,
They don't though.
but yeah, sometimes it's hard to get
You
it.
know, send them more.
So, yeah, I guess you're
Yeah.
telling me they're supposed to send a report, but you're saying they didn't send a report.
So I guess,
Then hold the money until the report comes. Don't you think?
I think
The contract doesn't, there's nothing in the contracts as it's written that says we're gonna hold the money. So,
Okay,
Is there
hold it
something in
here, guys.
contracts that says they'll
You're
write you a
spinning
report?
around the
yeah,
bush here. We've been discussing today, holding people accountable in a variety of the discussions we've had. And that was one of the discussions we had a year ago, and this was to see, were they using it for predator control? And so if they're supposed to send a report and tell you how, then they need to be held accountable for that, correct?
I think we did try that and we heard from some county attorneys on the topic. Or county commissions that, because this is money that was paid by their producers in their county
For predator
for
control.
predator control. And I think they're saying, I think what the answer was, I remember, and I want to say with Richland was the biggest one we heard back from, which is, yes, we're using it for predator control, but it's money that our producers paid. You're sending it back to us. Because we don't participate in the other program. It really is not, yes, we're spending it for predator control, but no, we're not going to give you a detailed report. Our predator board gets the money. They do with it what they see fit. Whether that's aerial hunting. I know in Richland County, the question was, because I remember talking to that county attorney. Now the conversation is coming a little bit clearer. I remember talking to that county attorney directly who was like, well, how can you tell us to use it for aerial hunting if we want to use it for trapping, if we want to use it for bounties?
But yeah, it was just predator control.
so.
However,
Could
this came before you guys got on.
no, I think we had the discussion. I remember having that discussion, but I was just thinking of the solution. And it sounds to me like the solution is not withholding the funds because we probably don't have the authority to withhold the funds, but I'm just thinking of another solution, and I'm thinking that wool growers maybe would be the arm of the organization that maybe could just go, some of the members from those counties could inquire and, see if maybe they would, because it is their money. I mean, how do you tell them that we're not gonna give you your money back? And they say, well, it's our money, we do it. But if you're concerned, I would think the ranchers in those counties would be concerned, and maybe some organization would have better luck going that way and asking
We
the
can try,
commissioners.
but
how
you're
they
talking
feel.
about Carter, Powder River and Richland counties that don't want the government there because they don't want nobody looking over their shoulder.
Yeah.
I
think that was my nice way of the answer I was telling you about.
That's, we can try. I can try, but
Well, and it's just, I'm just trying to think of a solution that, because I'm hearing that the solution is probably not in our control. The solution that Nina would like to see anyway, and accounting, and I can understand their side of it.
And I can speak, just so you know, I can speak clearly. Richland, it popped in my head because I remember the conversation I had as we were talking. I was like, oh yeah, that's why we didn't get that report. So, in Richland, we, like I said, we got an answer that, yes, this is how we're using it. It is for predator control, but they don't want to be limited to what actions they can take. They may choose to contract with wildlife services a bit to do aerial hunting. They may, but they also don't want to be put in a position of giving us a head count or anything like that of what is being done. Now I'm not saying that would be good evidence. The Powder River is the one I'm a little murky on, but Carter County I can speak to, and you mentioning wool growers. I've had several conversations with Gary Hybertsausen. So Gary Hybertsausen is a member of the, or at least at one time was on the Carter County Predator Board. And I asked him, and he assured, while we didn't get a report, he assured me Yes, that's our budget. That right there, that's our budget. That's what we get for our prayer board that we then, or part of the budget we get that the county commissioners lets us have to do what we need to do.
Yeah.
We asked.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
we
I
just
feel
weren't
like-
successful at getting an answer. How about that?
I feel like if that's their money, they can monitor with their county on what's going on there, right?
Well, it's kind of hard to, I think the argument to the other side is a difficult one to make for sure.
Right?
Yeah, I think our concern at the time, and that's what we dug in a little bit on, and I think we relieved ourselves as staff, was the concern of, what obligation do we have to follow that money, right? And I think we did, Brian and I felt confident that our obligation was to disperse the money, but that we didn't feel we had liability after that, because I think one of the concerns that came up, and like I said, two of those counties I feel very confident with now. And I think Powder River actually uses it to pay for a county trapper. I mean, that's another
Yeah,
thing.
and it's a small part of that
It's
budget.
it's a small part of that budget. And, but the challenge was, the challenge is that if one of these counties, and I think that's what came up in the prior conversation was, if we found out one of these counties had dissolved its predator board and they were just plugging this into their budget and not using it for the intended purpose, what would our obligation be? Would we, would that be something that's on us because we didn't follow the money? And I think we felt relieved that it's being used for prayer control. But what I think we ran in a wall on was, okay, asking those people to provide us an annual report that says, these are the activities we did, this is how many coyotes were removed. They don't, the counties don't want to be on the hook for that back to the state.
Yeah, because in some of those counties, I know a couple of producers, they pay $1 a ewe and $5 a cow into that fund. So the
Which is
little bit of
probably
money
way
we
more
give
than
them
this.
is
Yeah.
piddlings compared to what that fund actually is.
Sure.
And I, knowing those producers, I will guarantee somebody's looking over their shoulder, making sure that money is spent.
Oh, yeah, I know all those people too.
All right, so I entertain a motion to,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay the money to the 3 counties and to the wildlife services.
all right, you have a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Alan, second by Greg. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign, motion carried. Okay,
Mr. Chair, our next report is pretty much a closeout report as far as per capita fee collections for the year, because almost all of it is, there'll still be, I'm sorry, it escapes me when somebody pays their taxes and we take their money.
protest or something?
Yeah, I can't,
Submissions?
there'll be some recouping of money all year long, but for the most part, we are where we are. So you can see there, 2022, we've collected, or 15,435 reporters have filed. That's 98% of what was reported last year. And they reported a total of 4,860,940, which is 90% also from last year, represents a decline of just over $540,000. Primarily, that's coming all out of cattle. That, if you look down there on the next section, that 1.8 million cattle is 89% of what it was last year, and equates to about $511,000. Everything else is pretty. I don't think anybody increased really, except for swine and poultry. Swine increased 4.5 thousand number, and poultry went up 115,000 for the year, just FYI.
And so to tie that back to the earlier conversation,
Sorry.
so you're looking at about an 11% reduction in head count according to per capita. If you flip that around, what went through the markets, if that's reflected statewide, that was about a 13% increase. And those numbers are eerily similar, but I think it does speak to that there's not a huge anomaly between what went down in per capita, maybe based on drought and other things, versus what animals we saw leave through the state, through the stockyards. But of course, that's only one piece of that picture, right? Because it's not capturing private treaty sales and those types of movements. But those numbers are incongruent. 11% head count reduction, markets were up 13%. I don't know if I'm willing to call for those people who want that answer to say, yes, it was a 10 to 15% reduction in Montana based on drought last year. I still want to think it's north of that, but at least those two numbers are within sight of each other.
At one time, we talked about animals leaving the state, retained ownership and going on feed, cows and heifers particularly.
A lot of those came back, I think, I know guys in eastern Montana that sent their cattle out last fall and then brought them back to Fort County.
But a market's a market.
Well, yeah, well, that would be not on contract, yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
moving on to state special revenue, page number 3 there, multicolored one. Just point out a couple things. In the blue brands, everything there looks pretty normal. I'd say this is the first period in quite a while that the market inspection fees have been less busy than they were for the previous year. So, but not by much. So at least we're not, over doing the market, but still. Per capita fee, that you're seeing there, that shortage from last year of $286,069. That looks right on par with what we're seeing for collections. So nothing strange there. I might point out that investment earnings have gone positive for the first time in quite a while, or probably since COVID began. We're seeing that Evan gave me some sheets that shows that interest rates right now are 1.667 compared to last year when they were 0.097. So what's that, a 1.5% or a 7% increase there, or whatever. Okay, anyway, they're doing better. So we're heading in the right direction. My mutual funds aren't, but our STIP is. And milk inspection, we're down a little bit more there. We've lost, two small dairies in the last few months and one major dairy. So that's tracking with what we're seeing in revenue coming in. The lab, lastly, they outpaced last year for this reporting period a little bit, which is a good thing. You can see there they're down for the year 21,000 compared to last year, but last year outpaced the year prior to that 370,000. So that 1.529 million is contributing not only to covering the lab expenses, the new lab expenses from things, but it's also helping the rest of the department. So good news story, I think, on the proprietary fund. And lastly, the volunteer wolf donation fund at the bottom there, we'll be cutting a check to Wildlife Services in the amount there of $98,792 here in the next, probably in August, maybe September, but that's going their way. Pretty similar to last year. Any questions on revenue? Okay, moving on to page 4. This is the time of year you don't see the normal reports that you're looking for. So no blue reports. These are just the brown reports that are behind the blue reports usually that we never talk about. So, but we have no projections, right? There's nothing to project. We're at the end of the year. I will make a note that it says June 29th. So Evan gets one more day to make some changes. They'll be minor, but the books aren't cooked until they're completely cooked.
The books aren't cooked.
The paperwork is not in yet.
Yeah, the fiscal year, the books close this week, right? The 25th.
25th.
Everything has to be sorted out, so.
Ooh.
Okay,
or next week.
just as a reminder, because we don't look at these very often, that last column, column F is what's annotated there. That's where you're gonna see how the department ended up in all of those accounts as far as actuals versus what our authority was. So one of the driving forces for closing out the fiscal year is to make as much as we can, all of those numbers positive. Really, we're only held to needing to have personal services number, the bottom line positive, operations, the bottom line positive, and that's how the requirements go. The next line, next to that column E, that's where you're gonna actually see the actual comparisons of expenditures from one year to the next. So take, for instance, total personal services, we actually spent 223,000 less this year than we did in the prior year. So probably a good news story there. A lot of that has to do with
Look at all the benefits.
there was a 270-ish health insurance holiday, 2 months worth of holiday. So every employee, so we got to recoup some of that. So that's half of the benefits. I think otherwise than that, benefits are a little bit harder to gauge sometimes. So,
And just another question, and maybe doesn't fit here, but so the payoffs, we talked about District 5 dealing his retirement for a day to help us fiscally. So where do those come out of benefits? The
No.
payouts, or where does that come from?
right. So it's vacation and sick time. So that's in salaries. That's a salary hit to us up on top. Yeah. Okay, and then unique to this period is what we're seeing in the first three columns, two of them being unlabeled there, but the second column, budget authority changes. This is where Evan performs his magic with adding some resources that we have at our disposal and then doing some shifts from program to program and up and down between personnel and operations within the legal requirements of the law. So
That's an important statement.
yes, that's right. That I would just call attention to, just trying to be brief here. If I was going to look, call the very last row 39 there, the second number in, that 441,943, that represents I want to call it new money or additional budgetary authority that was infused. And I just want to make note that includes 159,000-ish of carry forward from 2020. And it also includes the 300,000 that we beefed up the proprietary fund in the lab. And that pretty much accounts for all of that. We did get a little plus up in workman comp. They adjusted the rate, and that gave us about an $18,000 benefit there also.
So will that show up as carryover next year then? Or is there still adjustments to be made to that number?
So carry forward, we still have intact our 21 carry forward for next year. And then this, if you look in the bottom right corner, that 730,000, most of that, a third of that will carry forward into the next year also. So that'll probably be another $230,000 in carry forward. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, we don't get to take it all. We get to take a part of it that we don't spend.
Yeah, a third. I could walk down some of the changes, but that we got money, authority left over.
Right.
How did we end up balanced in meat and poultry?
The lab primarily.
It came
Right.
from
So
the lab?
we shifted, I think it says in there.
So by
It's just easier to look
by
at.
having the additional proprietary fund, you're able to budget amend that in, that freed up general fund that could be moved to the lab to help offset what had been a negative we've been carrying through the year.
Yeah, $80,000 we moved from the lab into meat and poultry general fund account. So they're a positive 17,000 total in authority now with that addition.
And was a lot moved in from the milk inspection as well?
Well, to clear up the 80,000 that went from general fund in the lab, milk inspection
Right.
authority would have shifted
care
over
of it.
there. Yes. That's where that authority really originates from for the most part.
Okay. Looks good.
It's 4:59, so I'll take questions.
Anything else you want to tell us?
No,
I really would like to get this, even if it's not complete.
At the
You
end.
know, far enough ahead that I can sit and study it.
sure. You mean like the June 30th numbers?
Well, you know, getting it just a couple of days before is hard to find the time because you're all lined out with other things too. And the finances for me are not easy to understand because you have authority and you have, you know, moving stuff back and forth and so forth. And it takes me time to sit there and really study it before I understand it.
We try and give it to you as soon as we can, understanding that we're not doing these BCDs until this week, right?
Yeah.
So we don't know what the balances are going to be until we're really close to the end of the official fiscal year. So
And
having this meeting in August would be better.
And I understand, and
And we will.
that's fine for the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
But just a general meeting, they don't have to be, you know, right up to the last minute. They can be at the end of the month before or whatever, just so that it's keep a little better track for me to have a better understanding of where we're at and what's going on.
And really what you're talking about is giving them, going back in arrears further, because remember, one of the reasons it's always tight. So like if this had been a normal month that wasn't the end of the fiscal year, when you have a meeting on the 21st, your books for the previous month are not closed until the 15th of the month following.
Which is plenty.
Yeah. Well, that 6 days is not
So it's
plenty. That,
behind.
that's, you know, so I'm saying, if we were to go to a process where, let's say it's March, and instead of looking at the end of February financials, you're looking at the end of January, that they could probably give you way in advance of a board meeting. But if the board meeting was, say, March 21st, their books are not closed till March 15th, then they've got to check it for accuracy. That's why they only have a few days before they can get it done and to get you ahead of the board meeting, because
We're
remember
always
the way
jumping.
billing is, right? Billing is always in arrears. But we can do that. I mean, it just depends on what you're looking at. But as you said, they're trying to give you the most up to date. If you're comfortable being a month behind, you can get it a lot sooner.
But we've been trying to be cognizant of that when we
Yeah.
set the date for our board meeting. We're trying to move toward the end of the month if we can. This particular, I don't remember exactly why we ended up this date because it just fit.
Well, and this
just
one, it
seemed to
didn't
fit
really
everybody.
matter because you're not gonna have, really, you don't have any financials for the new year yet to talk about. Because we haven't gotten far. We're only 3 weeks into
We
it.
won't even start creating those until August.
Yeah, and the only thing to look at is that where they think they'll be after they execute everything before the books close on the 25th next week.
So if we have a meeting sometime after the 20th of August, will you have year end
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They'll have this
information
next
for us?
week.
So, yeah.
I don't think we have a problem meeting the deadlines that are coming at us most of the time, but their deadlines we're up against it, which is fine, right? But I don't know that we can provide,
Well, you can't give
2
information
weeks
that-
ahead of time.
Yeah,
It's not gonna,
because it's not there.
no, unless you want to back up a month.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the month prior, then there's plenty of time, but if you're wanting the most up to date, that's why we always prefer a meeting in the last week of the month, because that's when we can be the most confident in our financials and probably get them out in more advanced time.
Okay, any other questions for Brian? Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman, I
Brian.
just
So
wanna say-
I'm gonna, or do we have anybody on?
Yes, we have.
Say that to Annette.
The only person that's not, doesn't work for the department is there's a guest, whose last name Matt. So if you're gonna do public comment.
All right, I'm gonna open this meeting to public comments from
Without the.
anyone out there and on
There he
Zoom
is. I
or,
see his
or
face. There he is.
Yes, I would like to speak if you find people would give me a chance to just say a few words.
oh, yeah, can you introduce yourself? Give us,
Yes, my name is Matt Eager. I am a lifelong rancher, been in the cattle business. I also have a job off the farm, so I'm a busy guy. Right now, I'm trying to help a friend and some members of the community with some theft of cattle and some fraud that stretches across your state and my state here in Idaho. I don't know if you guys might have discussed the case with the Nelson Cattle Company and the theft of cattle in Montana. Did you guys discuss that earlier? I'm sorry, I couldn't hang with you all day long. I was pretty busy. You guys don't know about that issue?
actually, we have not discussed it. It wasn't on the agenda. And
Okay.
we have a limited agenda because we interviewed candidates for a position in the department and
Okay.
so, and you know, I
I understand.
don't know a lot about it, I guess, so we will listen.
Well,
Um,
it's kind of a long story. To make it short, I guess, Mr. Nelson purchased some cattle in Montana from the sale yard. Of course, your department issued him certificates, brand certificates of title. Later on, a person he was dealing with took these cattle and slaughtered them and took possession of the cattle. And so we're still in limbo with all of that. With my experience in education, you know, that brand certificate is always 100% true ownership of the cattle. That's my understanding. That's always been my upbringing with around everything with selling cattle and marketing through the auctions or otherwise. And we always do the proper things as far as getting the right transfers done and all that. I guess I'm lacking the understanding of how the cattle made it through the slaughter process, and then once the brand department was notified and they did understand that these cattle had been slaughtered by someone other than the true owner, I am having a hard time understanding how that person was allowed to take possession, and I'm having a hard time understanding why he wasn't prosecuted criminally. And so I just thought I would bring it to your attention and see if we can get some answers on that. I'm not here to cause problems. I'm not a bad guy. I'm just really a regular guy that is trying to help a friend. And we actually, I think there's actually 7 different agencies now investigating this person in Idaho. And if we count you guys in Montana, the USDA, it's very widespread and a lot of people getting hurt. And so I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Like I said, I'm not a troublemaker at all. I just feel that this is a very important thing and it's becoming a very big issue. Maybe we know more, hear more about it here in Idaho, but I would like your input on the whole thing.
Well, I guess I'm totally ignorant of pretty much the whole thing, and until we have more information from our department investigators or the county attorney, you know, if it's a theft thing, it probably would be county attorney that would bring charges. So, you know, not having any background, I think we would thank you for interest in.
Yeah, I can give you more information if you'd like, and some of this maybe is more my opinion, and maybe you guys can set me straight if it is. But in my opinion, you know, if somebody, I'm going to call it theft. I think it is, and I would like to know how it is, and or when, if this isn't theft, when is theft, or when would the brand folks there actually go to the county attorney and say, hey, we think this is theft, this is criminal. I think in this case, we did push the brand folks to go to the county attorney, but they were reluctant. And I think when they got to the county attorney, it was more of a case where they decided that it was civil and that shouldn't be dealt with. But I don't agree with that myself. And like I said, I'm not here to cause problems with you guys. I just feel like this person definitely stepped over the criminal line, and I think he's skating around the law in a lot of ways. It's starting to catch up with him. I actually playing phone tag with the Washington, Idaho County Sheriff here today, and there may be some question of even some safety of people that are involved in this now with this individual as he gets backed into a corner. He had a Facebook rant on his business website where he was either drunk or on meth, something, but he said some things that could be looked at as threatening to some of the folks that he's stolen from, I'm going to say. So it's becoming a bigger and bigger thing, and I know people might think I'm stupid to say that someone's safety is involved, but I think we're to the point where maybe some people's safety is involved. And anyway,
I would just say, I hope that no one.
It's not easy for me to come forward to a board like you guys and say things like this. And I'm not trying to accuse anyone, but I feel very strongly at this point that it's important that we really look into the matter. And so that's all I'm asking of you guys.
Yeah, I would hope that no one's safety is involved or compromised, but I'm going to turn this over to our exec. He knows a little bit more of the insight, and I would just thank you for being patient and willing to share with the board, and I'm going to let the exec close this out.
Yeah, so first, Mr. Hughes, this is Mike Honeycutt, Executive Officer. You have reached out to me, and I had made some board members aware that I've been reached out to on the situation, and have been aware of the situation for some time. A few things that I do think I need to make sure you're aware of is that on the Montana side of the border, it was investigated by one of our district investigators. You also have to understand that I understand what you're saying today. I won't get into the nuances of that, but there are other things in different stories that have been told to investigators about who had the right and authority to move cattle on someone's behalf. My understanding is that the individual you're referring to did purchase the cattle in Montana in someone's name. It's not like that individual came to our state, purchased cattle. So there is some understanding that maybe they were acting as that person's agent under authority, whether it even be a verbal contract. But at the end of the investigation, I guess the most important thing to say is that the county attorney in the jurisdiction did make that determination that it's civil. I hope you can understand it. They are the prosecuting authority. All we are is the law enforcement. And so once you put together a case and you present that case, it is the county attorney's discretion as to whether they want to pursue criminal charges against that or not, or if they think they have enough to successfully pursue criminal charges. You're correct in that they did deem it to be civil. They felt that there was a contractual agreement between these parties. I won't get into details here, that they saw that they felt that somebody needed to sue someone. That's unfortunate the way it is, but that's what the issue was on this side of the border with that particular case. The other thing I want to address is yes, there may be, and so the board's aware, there may be bigger circumstances. I'm aware of that. And I can assure you, and I can assure our board that our chief law enforcement officer has been in contact with both USDA, Packers and Stockyards, and his counterpart in the state of Idaho. There are still discussions happening around this to see what needs to happen next or what can happen next. However, at the end of the day, either in Idaho or Montana, a prosecuting attorney has to take the case and pursue it. That's their discretion and that's their decision. The last thing I'd say, and I just want to address that, and I know, Mr. Eagers, I have not communicated with you, and part of the reason is, and I want to explain that to the board or any other public that might be listening, is that it is our standing policy, and I'm actually skating that line here today just to maybe bring some comfort to folks if I can, to not discuss these types of cases with people who are not a party to the case or not an attorney admitted to the bar representing one of the parties in the case. You know, and so I would say that if a party's been offended by something that's happened in Montana, the process will go a lot further if that is the person who's initiating the discussion with us versus a friend or a third party. Because one, we try to be, I don't know how other agencies are, but we try to be very careful that in these types of situations, it is not appropriate for law enforcement to discuss that with people that are not a party to the case.
He's been gone for a long time.
Oh, yeah. He didn't want to hear what I had to say.
No.
Okay. Is there anyone else out there that would like to
So I said that for your benefit.
address this board? All right. Okay, so now we need to set a date for the next board meeting. Well, is there any dates that are, so I'm thinking sometime toward the end of August, is that kind of what?
Yeah, bad for you.
The 22nd through the 26th, I will probably be out of state.
That's a whole week.
I'll be out of
That's a-
state from the
That's the
26th.
big sale, Nevada.
Sheridan, Wyoming, so, and I'll have a lot of customers on there, so I can miss that.
You can, it just doesn't look good if you do.
It would look real bad.
So that either means.
Is there,
bump up one or
is
down.
there any reason that the week before that wouldn't work?
I mean, I don't see any reason. I need to make sure there's nothing on my calendar here. I do see that I am committed to go to a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Field Day in Ennis on the 17th and 18th, which is the Wednesday and Thursday, but it doesn't appear I have anything on the 16th. And if I have to beg off the field day, I can, if we've got to get a meeting.
17th.
Well, that puts us pretty close to this meeting.
Yeah.
It is, but we have a fair enough, what about agenda
30th.
items? Yeah,
What's that?
What about the 30th?
Well, I
I'm
was gonna
gone.
say the week of the
You're gone.
29th, 30th.
we'll be in harvest, but that's, we can probably,
We do have our, I guess, I don't know when this come on my schedule. We got our exit conference on maybe that came in today and I didn't see it. It's popping up on my calendar now, livestock exit. I'm assuming that's our exit for our financial audit,
On what day?
It says TBD, but
but it says TBD, yeah. Maybe they just put that down as a placeholder.
on which day is that?
The 30th of August. But you need to be at that, so.
Yeah.
So if that's
Well,
the
then
day.
the 30th would be a good day, because then you just stay overnight and be here for
The
the next.
29th.
Yeah,
It is-
for the 29th, and then you'd stay overnight.
Take care of that. the 30th.
When were you gonna be gone, Sue?
I'm gone that whole week.
With the last week.
The last week of
Yep.
August and first
Oh,
week
you're
of
gone
September.
then?
Yep,
When do you leave?
26th, the Friday.
At least when Jane
Michigan.
gets home, she's gone.
I'm from Michigan
You are.
originally. Years and years ago, My family.
Well, that takes us back up to the week of the 15th.
This is a couple weeks from now.
I
It's
mean,
okay.
The first week of September too, I mean, wouldn't be too far. We do have Labor Day on the 5th. I know that doesn't matter to those people who actually labor.
Yeah, no kidding.
But in state government, there's a holiday on that Monday, just FYI.
So 7, 8, 9.
I can't do the 9th.
Just,
6, 7, 8.
And I'd prefer it be the 7th or the 8th. It might be, I don't want anyone to feel compelled to, Donna, and I'm saying this, Donna's over there listening, she'll come to work on her holiday and get things set up for you guys, so I don't want to make her do that, but, so that's why I wouldn't want to meet on the 6th, but
Yeah.
the 7th or 8th.
So, all right, the 7th,
Whatever works.
okay?
I'm gonna see,
September 7th.
I think I'm still here then, but waiting for
Oh.
my to respond
When's the RAM sale?
the next week.
The next week?
12th, 13th, it's the Thursday, what's the Thursday, second? So where it's the,
Thursday's the 15th.
okay, so that's when it would be.
Land
It's the
prices
first Thursday after the full week.
Jeez.
They'll have it, there's gonna be some
Right?
bargains.
What day?
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Seven.
we're good.
All right,
7th.
7th.
Wednesday, the 7th of September. All right, is there any other business to come for this board? Hearing none, meeting adjourned.
Yeah,
Expect there to be a birthday.